And then I did. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 2022 budget deliberations for the 22-23 budget draft book for the Rochester City School District. Tonight, this is a traditional deliberation, and the way that it will kick off, I will be moving to my left and to my right and alternating both sides and allowing commissioners to round robin questions, if you will, to the administration. And today's topics based on the budget book that we're going to cover is budget at glance, the financial structures, the revenue summaries, the position summaries, the administration management, and debt services. The capital improvement plan was also to be deliberated on tonight, but I am going to push that over to next week with schools because I do think that it's going to be heavy on these topics, but also it's more fitting to be with the schools anyway. So before I get started and turn it over to Dr. Myers-Smalls, I just want to, again, just go over that I will call on commissioners. I'm probably going to start to my right, go all the way to my left for the first round of questions for budget at glance, just to give an example. And then I'll start again from the left and to the right. And each commissioner will have an ample opportunity to ask lots of questions on all of these topics at hand. And let me just say this for the public listening and for my fellow commissioners. This obviously has been a very tumultuous budget year. I think I've said this multiple times already on the dais and on record, but I'll repeat it in the actual budget deliberations. There are a number of concerns that still linger around this budget. And it is the administration's job to convince you all to get to a yes vote and to answer all of your questions satisfactorily. And so I say that because it's not my job as the chair to get you to vote on a budget that you may not feel confident in. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Myers-Smalls so that she can do some introductions of staff, and then she'll turn it back over so that we can get started on the deliberations. And Dr. Myers-Smalls, before I do that, I do want to introduce our parent rep who sits on finance the entire school year with us, is Rebecca. So this is Rebecca for those watching on YouTube and on Facebook. And she serves every single month on the finance committee and also on our previews meetings. So even the meetings that are not public, Rebecca comes in as a parent and gets to see some behind the scene things, but also ask questions behind the scenes as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Myers-Smalls.
Thank you, Can you hear me? Thank you, Vice President LeBron, and good evening to all of our board commissioners, to our staff, and to those who are in our Rochester City School District community who are either present, physically present, or watching on YouTube or Facebook. Prior to Vern Connors and myself just presenting a very brief overview of our budget process, I do want to introduce those who are sitting at the table, who are online, and my colleagues sitting in the back. So just starting at the left, we have Glenn Vanderwater. He's the Chief of Information and Management Technology. We have Michael Schmidt, who's the Chief of Operations. Next to him is Executive Director Terrence Hassler. He oversees the budget. We have Vern Connors, who is providing support in our finance department. Vice President LeBron did introduce our parent rep, Ms. Hetherington. And then to my right, we have our acting general counsel, Adrian Neal. We have Dr. Christopher Miller, who's the Chief of Human Capital. We have Desiree Richmond, who is the acting Chief of Special Education and Specialized Services. We have Dr. Morris, who serves as our Deputy Superintendent for Operations and Systems Innovation. We have Marisol Ramos Lopez, who is our Chief of Communications and Intergovernmental Affairs. Next to her is Dr. Kathleen Black. She's the Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. In the back, we have a few familiar faces and one new face. Dr. Carmine Peluso is the Chief of Schools. We have almost Dr. Chief Strickland, who's a Chief of Schools. We have Dr. LaJuan White, who is new. She is Chief of Schools. And we have Rhonda Morian, who's also a Chief of Schools. Online, we have Shani, and Shani, help make me pronounce the last name correctly. Keelan. Correct. She is our Chief Academic Officer. We also have Dr. Nelms, who is the East EPO Superintendent. We have Dr. Jallo, who is our State Monitor. And we're so glad to see Commissioner Adams on screen. So that is our team. So with that, we will switch to the PowerPoint presentation. I will give just a brief overview, and then Vernon Connors will be going through some more details relative to the process, the budget book, and ARP and CURSA. So we know, as Vice President LeBron mentioned, that this year certainly has been challenging, and we've had a series of certainly challenges that required some starts and stops and starts and stops. But we are on our way to securing, with the support of the Board of Education as well as Dr. Jallo, a strong financial position, and we are endeavoring to do that certainly through the budget process, but also incorporating important information into our long-range 5-year plan. This budget, in my estimation, provides opportunities and benefits for our scholars, families, and staff. We know that we've been delayed. As I shared, we've had starts and stops. It has resulted in not only myself but our team really having a focus to ensure that we have a balanced budget that prioritizes our spending based on our academic and fiscal plans. We believe that every child in the Rochester City School District deserves to engage with grade-level content every day, experiences high-quality, culturally responsive curriculum where they are affirmed, seen, and valued. And as a district, we have an obligation to provide equitable experiences to every single scholar. We know that our finances certainly have been impacted by a few items. Certainly, we have continual declining enrollment. We do have the increased costs of charter school tuition. We have expenses related to our contractual obligations, inflation, and increasing fuel and energy costs. Given these factors, we did originally have our budget rely on $30 million, and that moved to $36 million, and Vern will explain that in just a moment. But we know that this practice is one that did not and does not provide financial stability. So we were challenged to look at the budget again, to review our spending practices and behaviors, and we were able to reduce that number of reliance on appropriated fund balance to $10 million. Highlights of the 2022 proposed budget. Certainly there's alignment to the academic and fiscal plans. We've shared that previously, looking at everything from curriculum to professional development to instructional materials, and as fiscal plans relative to Medicaid reimbursement, charter school monitoring, et cetera. The 22-23 budget does reflect a commitment to the priorities that I mentioned previously, as well as high-quality instruction, social-emotional, wellness and health, and support to our students who are English language learners and students with disabilities. Our general fund proposed budget is a little over $836 million, representing a 0.47 decrease from fiscal year 21-22. Again, as I shared, reliance upon appropriated fund balance reduced from 30 to 10 million, and all funds decreased by 0.2% to 981 million, excluding CURSA and ARP. And with that, I will transition the rest of the presentation to Vern Connors.
Thank you, Superintendent Myers-Small. As we go to the next slide, The next slide is just an overview of the reporting account structure. So there's five, in our accounting field, there are five structures, and there are five fields in our accounting system. Three of them are defined by state ed. The fund, we talk about general or A fund, special aid, we also refer to as grants or F fund, lunch fund L, and capital H and K. There's also what are known as function codes. Examples are types of activities like regular education, special education, transportation. And there are object codes, salaries, benefits, equipment, types of expenditures. Those three fields are defined by state ed, and we have to follow that in all of our accounting. Because doing that, that's how we generate our state aid reimbursement, how we generate reimbursement for the school lunch program, building aid for capital, and reimbursement through grants. And then in addition, we have two accounts, two fields, department, which we think of as a school or a department ID like finance or legal or whatever, and sub-accounts, which we use to track different grant programs so that we can report out on those. The only reason I'm sharing this is whatever we do with the budget book, whatever we generate, any type of financial reports we generate have to be captured in this format and reported out in these formats. If we can go to the next slide. The superintendent mentioned, in our March 22, the original draft book, it was proposed to use $30 million of fund balance to balance the budget. That grew to $36 million because there was a revenue item that was felt that probably would not come to fruition in the 22-23 year, and that was premium on debt issuance. You issue debt sometimes depending on the stated interest rate in the bond versus what the actual interest rate is in the market, you can get extra funds for that. It was felt, though, it was too chancy, and with the market changing, it wasn't a good idea to include that $6 million in the budget, and so that took us to $36 million. And one other problem with the March book was that it omitted all the administrative department budget information, which if you looked in the previous year's budget, that was Section 5. So it's sometimes referred to as Section 5 for that reason. So as a result of that, there were a number of changes made to the budget book, and in the April draft, to the budget, and in the April draft book, it shows that we're only relying on a $10 million fund balance appropriation. But the problem is when we made these changes, all those changes were not clearly described, and the budget book reports and layouts are confusing, which leads to a lot of uncertainty in the budget and a lot of difficulty interpreting the information, which makes everybody looking at the budget, be it board members, be it staff in the district, be it community folks looking at it, it's not well organized and presented, and it's very confusing. So historically, we did the book based on the object-based methodology, and it's important that whatever methodology we choose, we are consistent throughout the book, so that reports in any section of the book are structured the same way, and that facilitates understanding as we check from department to department. Unfortunately, the current draft budget book has three different reporting methodologies. At the front of the book, if you look at the summary reports and the school pages, it uses function-based reporting. And I would not recommend doing that. That's just my personal experience, you know, in this district and others, because it's difficult. The functions will overlap many departments and many chiefs. So we might have a function such as, say, regular school, and we would think that that would pertain to one or given school chief. But the fact of the matter is that covers a multitude of school chiefs and a multitude of departments, because it overlaps that. So when we look at the first reports in the budget book, they're hard to tie them to any other reports in the budget book, because as we go into beginning on page 91, when we transition from these school pages to the school leadership departments, the administration, benefits, debt service, the remainder of the budget book, or the historical budget book, we now transition to an object-based reporting, which is consistent with what we've done in prior years. And then finally, as we get to the end of the book, and we have information about the American Rescue Plan and the Coronavirus Response Relief Supplemental Appropriation, we finally refer to as ARP and CRISA. That is organized in the categories that we work with state ed with to categorize and meet programmatic needs. So in this book, we have 3 different types of reports. And it becomes a little more complicated than that. If we can go to the next slide, please. I'm sorry, we'll stay on this one. In that, what we call the traditional budget book, you know, we refer to it as all funds, and that's kind of a misnomer since we have all funds plus ARP and CRISA. You don't see the full budget. So if there's any things, and there was a significant amount of programs, resources, and dollars, the transition from our traditional budget into ARP and CRISA, just looking at the traditional budget book, it looks like there are significant reductions in programs, schools, and departments. But the problem is we can't see the other side of that equation in ARP and CRISA, and we can talk about it as we go through the evening. Go to the next slide, please. I'm sorry, just the one about American Rescue Plan, the one just before that. So the draft book does not include ARP and CRISA. It's an incomplete picture of the budget for many schools and departments. And the draft totals $981 million. The ARP and CRISA dollars total another $130 million. So you can see that between the two, we're at 1.1 million, just over, or excuse me, $1.1 billion with a B. And so what we're working on, and we hope to share with you tonight just as a handout so you'd have as a reference, we're developing a supplemental draft ARP and CRISA budget reference document that will show you by school, by department, types of staff, and types of program, all the information that's contained in ARP and CRISA. We believe that we will deliver that tomorrow. We're still working on 2 final reports for that to make sure that they are 100% accurate. And with that, that concludes this presentation.
All right, thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be deliberating on the actual information found in this book as it stands today. And I just want to note a couple of pieces that I've been on the school board 5 years now, and a draft budget book should be a draft budget book. We should have only received 1. This is the 4th budget book that I've reviewed. Throughout this process, I will be discussing how some of the numbers don't even align with what was budgeted last year, and then how after we passed a budget, that there is a different budget that was then transmitted to City Council and we'll talk about that when we get to schools, because I do think that that is a practice that should be a red flag for this board. But with that, I'm going to start at budget at glance, and I will start to my immediate right with questions in the budget at glance. And I do apologize that there are no numbers in that section. So unfortunately, it starts in the preface, but there's no numbers for that section. So if you just go to the top header where it says budget at glance, that's where we're going to start. So Commissioner Patterson, I'm going to start with you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Madam Vice President, do you want us to ask like one question, one general question, or? Because I have 9 total.
That's a great question, thank you. And actually, what we could do is we could take questions up to 3 for each round, and we'll keep going around until everyone's questions have been answered for each section before we move on to the next section.
Okay, so you want me to ask 3 questions then?
Yep, your first 3.
And again, I don't know what order these are in, so just stop me if I'm not in where you want
We're
me to
at
be.
budget at glance, so that there's no, unfortunately, they didn't put a page number on the budget at glance section. But if you go in the first, after the superintendent's budget letter and about the budget book page, is the budget at glance, which is about 4 pages. Do you want me to start to the left and then?
Yes, please.
I'll come back around.
Yes.
So Commissioner Adams, do you have any questions? I'm going to start all the way to the left. Oh, he's not on
Yes,
there?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
For budget at glance.
So, really, for if you look on this page in the middle, it says there are 6 major initiatives in the. Can you tell me how much spending and what items are included in this budget for each of these initiatives?
Commissioner Adams, Dr. Myers-Smalls is asking you to repeat the question again, please.
Okay, in the middle of the page, it says 2022-23 major budget initiatives include, and there's a list of 6 major initiatives. I'm trying to find out how much spending and what items are actually included for each of these initiatives.
So for 1 through 4, they are spread throughout the book. That's under the Department of Teaching and Learning or instructional support. So we're going to need to break that out for you, because the way that it is oriented, it's not as easy to pull that out. So we can get that back to you by Thursday. As far as upgrading the district's financial management system, that's the Oracle component, and that we're using funds from ARP and CURSA, and the same thing with upgrading the district's special education management system. So we can get all of those figures to you, Commissioner Adams, and the rest of the commissioners in that order.
Okay, maybe you can answer a question to just one of them. In specific, addressing chronic absenteeism.
I'll have to defer.
What kind of money is going to be spent on that? What are we going to have somebody doing home visits when people aren't there? I'm just wondering, where is the actual money going to be spent for that,
So
which
one-
is a real serious problem in the district?
Sure. So one of the things that under Dr. Black's leadership, you'll notice that under the Office of Parent Engagement, there were upgrades or increases relative to, correct me if I'm wrong, homeschool assistance and supports there. And so those types of connections that we make with the home are really critically important, and increasing those numbers of FTEs in that particular area will help us to address the chronic absenteeism.
Okay, Commissioner LeBron, that's all I have for that section.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Rebecca?
Thank you. So on, I think it's the third page. So at the top, it's appropriations and expenditures. And my first question is that we talk about on the third line, contractual agreements, including charter school tuition payments. If we're going to include any examples in that, I would ask that we include as many as possible, or get specific in these moments, because having just one contractual obligation in that line, all I immediately think is what other contractual obligations are there? So if we could have some clarity on that.
Is there clarity available right now on that? Because I would just want to preface this, that I do expect that there's going to be answers from administration. Everything can't be deflected to be answered at a later date.
So let's pull charter school tuition payments. We can do that.
And that's about $100 million from what I remember.
And then Chris and
$101 million.
Adrian, if you could help with some of the contractual obligations, please and thank you. Our contractual obligations, say it again? I can't hear you. Oh, okay, thank you. It's not labor.
It's not labor, so, and that it also doesn't specifically state that it's not labor.
Hold on. Going into the EPM. Vern, can you pull the charter school figures? I know that came out of finance.
So the contractual line is object code .4, and we have a multitude of them. The biggest ones that come to mind are charter school tuition, which is roughly $101 million in the budget. Our contract transportation services with RTS and with the private carriers. I'm not sure what that number is. We could look back in the transportation section to find that. Any professional services we do, if we contract with any outside people to deliver services for us, be they health services, but not BOCES. If we contract with outside physical therapists, doctors, things of that nature, any outside legal services. And this doesn't apply here because it's not in this part of the budget, but examples would be our work with Oracle, and that upgrade, that'd be considered contractual services, even though that's an ARPA and CRISA, not this number. But we'd have to do a little bit more research, and I think we could provide a summary of the largest categories later this week and the dollars associated with them.
And I think under education law, charter schools are owed basic tuition, which are made directly from the student school district or residents of the charter schools, in substantially equal installments every 2 months, beginning in July, and it's subject to education law. So we can provide more specifics about what regulations are involved with how those payments are made. But there are, as Vern pointed out, we do contracts, for example, for transportation to charters, and so there are contractual obligations like that as well.
So what I would ask is just more clarity. I mean, $257 million is a huge chunk to talk about, and knowing that charters is about $100 million, if there could be added language and more clarity on what this section is.
So break it out by category?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
My next question is, for the debt payments to pay short-term debt borrowings, and what I was wondering is how much remains of that. It's $4.9 million in debt payments for specifically short-term borrowings. Sorry, it's 1, 2, 3, it's the second from the bottom on that appropriations and expenditures. I don't know.
So your question, Rebecca, is how much is left?
Of that, specifically the short-term debt.
So these bond anticipation notes that are identified here are something we do on an ongoing basis. When we begin capital programs, be it through cash capital or even through the facilities modernization program, when we start the program, we will do bond anticipation notes, which is a short-term borrowing. And you'll do that for a number of projects until you get to a certain level that will then be converted into regular bonds. And then those bonds are timed to last about the life of the project as defined by SED. So if we have a new construction, it's typically 30 years, renovations 20 years, and SED will align the building aid with the life of that project. So what we do is we will go out and we will align the length of the debt service to the life of that project. And the purpose for that is to balance year in and year out the amount of building aid we get against our debt service payments, be they bond anticipation notes or regular bonds, principal and interest. And by doing that, we minimize the impact, the net difference between the bond expense, the borrowing expense, and the state aid. We want to minimize that so as not to impact the budget. Because if we have a big swing in that in a negative direction, then we would have we'd have a shortfall in that year's budget, and we'd have to make that up by cutting programs. So that's kind of a bit of a longer answer to your question, but I wanted to give a kind of complete picture of why we do bond anticipation notes and how that filters into the rest of capital programs.
So that's an expenditure that's just there
Yeah.
all the time. Okay.
It will happen year in and year out. The value will fluctuate year to year just depending on programmatic needs, or I should say construction needs. You know, what we're doing in that particular year and what is the timing of going to the market for regular bonds as opposed to short-term bond anticipation notes.
Thank you. And then my third question is in the next section. It's an increase in foster care and McKinney-Vento students. And I'm not sure what, sorry. It's in the in total section, the last line of that first item.
Mike, that's one that I know you can answer.
Yes, give me one. Vice President LeBron, President Elliott, Superintendent. We projected an increase in the McKinney-Vento line. Two pieces are involved here. One, we have a responsibility certainly to provide transportation to those students no matter where the foster care home is to their school. So we've gone as far as Buffalo to bring a child back to a school in the city. And the second part is now McKinney-Vento will be adding pre-K children to that mix. So we're going to have to, we're anticipating anywhere between 125 to 150 pre-K 4-year-olds that we will be required to transport. That's not a number that we are planning on starting the school year at, but that's kind of our number that we're looking at in terms of for the over the course of the year. It's been a bit of a moving target in the past to kind of figure out exactly where that's going to land, and we felt like we were comfortable with this number based upon our past series of years. The number of foster care homes in the city has dropped dramatically, so the majority of those now are in the and so and even then very much in more of the rural areas, which does not change our transportation requirement. We are able to piggyback at times with some of our suburban colleagues and meet halfway and pick up and so forth. So it kind of depends on the child and what the nature of the circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And for those listening, we are talking about McKinney-Vento students who are typically students who are displaced and homeless, either their families are couch surfing or they're in a shelter. So I just want to be clear for those who may not understand what that term means and the legislation that it covers. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Good.
It's hard.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I just want to thank you, Mr. Connors, for explaining the function-based reporting versus object-based reporting and grant eligibility category-based reporting. That really clarifies a lot for me, because as I looked through this budget book, I wasn't understanding how things were relating, and it was very hard for me to make sense of a lot of it. So thank you for that. That actually answers some of the questions that I had written down for this evening. I guess my first question, though, and I'm not sure who can answer this, is just in terms of our major budget initiatives and what we're including in that. And I think this, when I look at addressing chronic absenteeism, that is for sure relating to social and emotional needs of our students. But that's just one piece of the broader puzzle. So I guess my question is, how much additional money, if any, are we proposing for additional social and emotional services for our students? And that's in the form of counselors, psychologists, and social workers. What is that picture? What's the overall number look like for us?
Good evening. And so in total of the amount, we'll have to get the exact dollar amount, but there is a significant increase in adding both the positions you named, our social workers, our counselors, our psychologists. We have added those to the budget. We had to bring back a number of social workers from one place into our budget, and so we do now guarantee that we will have counselors at all of our elementary schools as a result of the increase, in addition to some supplies and materials around curriculum and supports for social emotional learning.
Do we have any idea, like, how much more of an increase that is, or?
I do not have the exact number.
Okay.
So
That's information.
if you give me, I'll circle back to you, Commissioner Malloy, because we do have indicated in our Curson ARP documents, we specifically indicated how many counselors and social workers we were putting there. So I'll look that up. I know we can minimally get you that number, because it was really important to us to ensure that every single elementary school had a full-time counselor, because in some instances, there was one elementary counselor to every 4 schools. And through the use of our ARP and Cursa, we wanted to leverage that, given still being in the midst of a pandemic, we wanted to level that out. So we'll have a full court press in getting those individuals hired for a September start.
Yeah, and I
But I
can
can get
certainly.
that number.
Yeah, thank you. I can appreciate that, for sure. It just strikes me as something that, for the commissioners and for the public, that they'd want to see an emphasis placed on that in our budget at a glance.
Sure.
As part of the ARP-CRISA supplement we'll give you, there's priority to an ARP social and emotional learning support, $4.8 million. Implement the Leader in Me program in 6 schools, safety and security staff participation in therapeutic crisis intervention, and you'll get a copy of this. Substitute safety and security officers to allow for participation in CCI training, district-based therapeutic crisis intervention training for teachers, teacher hourly pay to deliver professional development in that category, and also for staff to participate. And then under CRISA, this goes to Commissioner Adams' question about supporting English language learners. That was an earlier question, Commissioner. There is $648,000 there. So I think, I wished I had the book to give to you, but there'll be a wealth of information, and a lot of the additional supports we'll be providing in the 22-23 budget will reside with the ARP and CRISA monies. So when we get that to you, hopefully that will help you.
Okay.
We can delve into that a little more.
Yeah, absolutely, because one of my other concerns is if it's being paid for by that funding stream, we know that that funding stream is going to dry up eventually. How can we continue those services that are clearly needed for our students if the funding dries up? How do we sustain that long-term for our students?
So I found it, Commissioner Malloy, $2.1 million in CRSA. There is second step curriculum for secondary students, as well as additional special staffing to support students. In ARP, approximately $22 million, which is 10% of ARP. We have the Leader in Me curriculum and training. We have therapeutic crisis intervention training. We have additional TIG training, which is trauma, illness, and grief. We have additional staffing, both RCS FTE as well as contracts with outside agencies, which includes Rock Restorative Team expansion, 4 bilingual Rock Restorative team members plus 5 additional members, 11 full-time youth intervention aides with Pathways to Peace. We have 16 additional school counselors, 5 full-time social emotional learning providers, Center for Youth. We have calming corners, supplies. We have, and then we have individual school requests, which are responsive school spaces and materials to enhance student engagement and well-being, culturally relevant curriculum and material that fosters relationship building, social, emotional, and leadership skills, enrichment experience, and direct SEL supports to students, and that's by school.
And that sounds very comprehensive, so thank you for that. I'm just wondering, will CRSA and ARP funding, will we be able to sustain that in our future budgets, that type of support for our students?
So that's a great question, and we certainly appreciate that. That's why we have incorporated aspects of that into our long-range plan, our 5-year plan. But we also know that we wanted to really kind of front-load some of these supports, knowing that some of them would go away, and we do have planning that we can go over, certainly with the Board of Education, relative to what that exit plan looks like. We've worked very closely between Dr. Morris, Dr. Black, and the grants team to make sure that we avoid that financial cliff that we always talk about.
Okay, thank you. I think there's so many more questions, but I'm going to go ahead and allow the other commissioners to get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay, I'm trying to work through my scavenger hunt here. I wanted to start with on the front page of the budget at a glance. One thing that stood out to me is I was looking at the school food service fund, and I'm not sure if I'm looking at this right, but it looks like it's reduced substantially, and I was hoping someone could help me understand that, because from what I'm hearing from public and families in schools, even educators in the schools, the students most importantly, there's issue with the food, or they'd like to see, some better food options, and to see that line item reduced, I don't know if I'm understanding that properly. So I'll start there.
So if we look at, when we look at the school lunch, the school food service budget, the budget is always set based on anticipated revenues. And this year, it includes a one-time revenue source of pandemic aid of $2.4 million. That's not anticipated to return next year. So of the change, that's $2.4 million of it. We're also, based on our latest projections for the school lunch program, we're projecting to spend about $20 million, $0.3 million. So based on what's actually projected versus what we're going to do next year, it's a $600,000 increase. Now, having said that, I think everybody here knows that the product we're delivering, the quality of the food, is substandard. And we need to develop a long-term plan, to address that, to improve the quality of the food and the delivery of the food to our students, and also to determine what that financing is. And I know that Mike has been working on that, so I'll turn the question over to him.
Yeah, so we've, this has been obviously been a topic of conversation for a number of meetings, and what the team did was we put together a couple of models with which we would be able to utilize some supplementary funds that have been discussed at some board meetings. It would be really twofold. One, certainly providing some different menu options. I have a couple examples I can certainly share tonight, as well as, it's not just having the menu options. We also need to have some of the equipment and so forth at our locations in order to provide a more diverse menu. Excuse me. When I started here in 2015 in this role, we had very, very few kitchens that were actually hybrid kitchens. Currently, every school in the district has either a hybrid kitchen now or a full-service kitchen. So before, it was pre-packs that were delivered to the majority of the schools. Now it's actually changed very dramatically with those influx of hybrid kitchens. But as Vern articulated, I think the standard continues to be raised. And we believe that some of the items that we've outlined in our plan, which we will certainly will share with all of you, will not only get us to that target, but I believe begin to exceed those expectations. The only thing I would mention is some of the food options. A rice bowl, for example, that we have. We've been polling kids both informally and formally to try to get a sense of some of the options that would be more I accept the right word, but certainly more wanted by the students in our schools. So, like I said, we're very eager to certainly continue to meet the community's expectations. We're certainly very well aware of those topics of conversation. I think all of you have been able to visit our food service operations, not only centrally, but I'm sure also in the schools. They are the most dedicated people that I think we have. Most of my team members are all city residents. And they are just an incredible group of people that really want to provide the best options available for children. So we really welcome some of the some possible influx of resources, but we also believe that we need to be fiscally responsible in utilizing them, because in essence, if we make a choice to utilize resources in that area, we may have to look at some options in other areas of our organization in order to make that happen.
Thank you for that explanation. I do look forward to more information myself. Vice President LeBron and Commissioner Adams did have an opportunity to visit the food services, and so we know all the way down to the caloric intake and actual choice of sauce, how difficult that is. And so to see a reduction, I was like, whoa, what is this really going to look like? So I'm really, really excited to know that some efforts are going to be made to make sure that our children are getting appropriate food in front of them.
The only other thing I would mention, I'm sorry, the last thought on that is, I think one of the themes that Deli, our food service director, came up with is a bit of a theme for a week or a day. So a wrap day, a noodle bowl day, kind of thing. Those are obviously very popular now. Panini day, rice bowl day, baked potato bar, those types of things don't just happen just by accident. You need to make sure you have the infrastructure available. So it's really a twofold investment. So I appreciate your support, and we really welcome the public conversation in regards to this. Thank you.
Thank you. One of my other questions is around public and contractual transportation. So on the draft budget book, under appropriations and expenditures, a little further down, like the second paragraph piece, you'll see one of the bullets, increase of $1.2 million for public and contractual transportation due to additional bus runs, so on and so forth. Now, I don't know if this is out of order. You guys help me out first run at this. But then on page 7, which kind of takes us to a different section of the budget book, I see where public transportation shows or reflects a reduction. And what am I looking at there? Like a 23% reduction.
So I think, well, Vern, do you want to handle the first part of it, and then I can take the transportation model?
So on page 7, there's near the bottom of the page, there's a transportation section. And there are 2 lines you have to look at in tandem: contract transportation and public transportation. And you can see that the net total of those are going up by about $900,000. The reason there's a swing between the two is, if we look at the 21-22 adopted numbers, that was set last May. What happened over the summer was, in order to get transportation up and running in full, it was determined that the RTS could not deliver some of the services that we anticipated them delivering. So then we had to turn to the private contractor. And so what looks like a swing between the budgets is really, it already transpired in the current year. It's just because of the way we show the original budget, that's kind of those are outdated numbers. But given our protocol, that's what we put into the budget book. But I think when you look at those two, you should always look at those 2 lines in tandem to get a better picture, because as we mentioned earlier with contract numbers, here is another almost $70 million. So we have $101 million of charter school, another $70 million of transportation of that figure that was cited earlier. Okay.
And thank you for that. Yeah, that would have been helpful, seeing them in tandem, and the flipping back and forth gets confusing. Then my last question for this section for now is, there's a statement on the same page towards the bottom, second bullet from the bottom. Decrease of $8.6 billion in substitute line items through better management of absences, vacancies, and the use of extra help substitutes. Can someone break that down, tell me what that actually looks like? Not what it means, but what that would look like.
Essentially, this is representative of a double budgeting that the district has had a practice of doing. And so we are eliminating that double budgeting. I describe it as, we have a budgeted FTE that the board approves, and for whatever reason, we are not able to fill that position with a certified educator. And so we bring in a long-term emergency substitute teacher who may serve the entire year. They may be working on their certification. They may not have it. And so instead of paying them from what was budgeted, we pay them off of the substitute budget. And so the money that was budgeted goes into fund balance at the end of the year, and our substitute budget goes up unnecessarily. And so what we need to do in the future, and what we will be doing, is when we hire a long-term emergency substitute teacher, we will charge them against what was budgeted versus the substitute budget. So we will stop, in essence, that double budgeting, keep the substitute budget down, and reflect it appropriately.
And Commissioner Simmons, we provided a pretty detailed explanation of that for the State Education Department, but we can send that out under that question that you asked. We can cut and paste that there so it can appear, if that's helpful. Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask my 3, and then I'll keep things moving. I actually want to go right back to the decrease, because I read that and I disagree. I hear what you all are saying. So let me, first and foremost, with the decrease to food services, I am pretty confident that the board majority would not be supporting any cuts to food services. I'm pretty confident that this board will be asking for an increase now, and I don't want to hear about a plan that may exist, that will exist, that eventually will happen. I would like to have the board see a plan now. The next deliberation is next week. I would expect that that is when you present that plan of what increases are going to happen for food services. And so for those who may be listening and not understand, we have historically funded and budgeted food services as a self-sustaining budget item line, meaning that whatever we're reimbursed back from the state is what, to the penny, goes right back to sustain that line, the staffing and the food and the supplies. And the reality is, because of COVID, that there are increased costs and inflation for everyone with food production, with getting food here, you know, supplies, materials, everything has had an increase. And not to mention the fact that this board did vote to make livable wages for all subsets of our employees, so that everyone is starting at $15 an hour. And so it cannot be that we increase their salaries to $15 an hour and then decrease their hours. There's no comparable piece to do that. And then in addition to that, to continue to say that we're going to self-sustain this budget line and recognize on record that the food is subpar. And we know that the food is subpar, and we're not going to like play around that the food is great. The food is subpar. And I do want to recognize the hard work that food services and the staff has put into with the limited resources to put something out. But the reality is that they are breaking their necks to even produce that level of food, and that they cannot do it on the budget that we're providing them. So if we're serious about doing this, then we need to be doing it now. We need to have a plan now for the fall. So I want to be very clear about that piece. The decrease of 8.6 million makes me the most nervous in reading this whole draft budget summary piece, primarily because we have been cited through numerous audits around decreasing the substitute line. Barbara Dean Williams did it when she was the superintendent, and then the reality is that there was no actual management situation put in place to oversee that piece. The other, you know, your explanation, Chief Miller, also makes me a little nervous because people go out for a number of reasons. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's a vacancy that never got hired. Sometimes there's a sub in there because someone had to take a leave of absence. They may have COVID, they may have long COVID, they may be out of maternity, we may have to pay unemployment, we may have to pay disability. There are a number of reasons where that budget line for that individual would not be free and open, but the need to have a substitute is still there. So I would like to see an actual plan in detail, day-to-day, how that would be actually managed, and that decrease stayed at 8.6 million. And so I'm going to stop with those two for now under this section, and those are more commentaries because at this point there's a lot of fluff being mentioned to the other commissioners, and it's up to them to accept that. I'm going to be rejecting most of the responses tonight. President Elliott.
Thank you, Vice President LeBron. One question I have is under on the page that has the title Appropriations and Expenditures, and if you go down under spending areas with material budget decreases include, and that second to the last bullet, decrease of 8.6 million in substitute line items through better management of absences, vacancies, and the use of extra help substitutes. Please describe what that looks like.
Can I speak to that, commissioners? So this 8.6 million that we're talking about is really a change in budget practices, okay? So historically what we used to do and what we continue to do is when we create a budget, we make the assumption that we put the dollars as if all positions will be filled all the time in every school, every department, and obviously that's not the case. And then we would also budget on the substitute side what we thought what we projected our substitute cost to be. And then we would have a third piece of that. So obviously, Chris alluded to, that's what Dr. Jallo has called double budgeting. So that would clearly overstate what our budgetary needs would be because we have absenteeism and vacancies. So what we used to do in the past is in the department district-wide section, we would put in negative salary budgets. And it could be anywhere from $10 to $20 million depending on the level of our vacancies and absences. So the distinguished educator and our state monitor were just uncomfortable with that budget practice. We've been criticized for that budget practice even though it was accurate, it was transparent, and it worked very well for at least 20 years. So what we've done is we've eliminated that negative budget, okay? So having done that now, our salary, our salary base, our salary budget, and our substitute budgets in total, if we kept them the same, would be overstated. So we'd have extra money in the budget that we would not utilize. So that is the that 8.6 million reduction is, if you will, that negative budget we used to put in. Now the way we're going to manage that in working in conjunction and feedback and ideas given to us by Dr. Jallo is that when we have positions and we appoint somebody long-term as a substitute, rather than charging them to the substitute budget, we will charge them to the salary line. So that's the practice that will enable us to reduce the actual expenditures in the substitute budget. So I know that explanation would have been a little convoluted. It was a little bit convoluted, but we went from one type of practice and we're transitioning to a new type of practice. So while it looks on the surface that we're doing a tremendous reduction of the salary budget, the substitute budget, when we all know that we will have a tremendous need for subs next year, we will be charging long-term subs to salary lines, and that is why we can, that's how we're changing the old practice to the new practice. But it's basically just a different form of budgeting and accounting for these costs.
Okay, thank you. So going up to the second bullet under in total, in that middle area, in total, the district expenditure budget, around an increase of 4.4 million in employee compensation and related benefits. And as you know, that is, one of the line items that, challenges our budget. And so how are we looking at, let me just ask it this way, and maybe I'm asking it wrong because I'm thinking of the number of people who are leaving the district, but that still means that many of them qualify for the health and dental insurance benefits. Am I correct in that? And so I'm trying to determine how do we decrease those costs. And again, I'm thinking that if we've got reduced personnel, that would reduce the health and dental insurance benefit. Am I not saying that correctly? Can somebody respond?
So year to year, our benefits budget is going up 2.52%, which is less than last year and is less than, it's smaller than what would be typical. I think nationally, year to year, we're seeing 4% or higher on average in school districts. And so ours is only going up 2.52. And that includes things such as the employees' retirement system, both for educators and for civil service. So it is, in terms of national data, less than what we're seeing across the nation.
Now, I don't care about what we see across the nation. I'm trying to figure out how do we balance this budget and how do we sustain this budget. So, to try to frame it in, what other districts are doing doesn't set well with me. We got to balance this budget, and a lot of this cost is around, our benefits. And so I'm looking at how do we reduce this cost. And so on the next page, I'll just go to where there are those diagrams, and one in particular is around benefits at 155 million. What all do we offer in benefits?
So we offer a competitive benefits package for our staff. It's comprehensive. It includes medical, dental, prescription, and it is in keeping with what other local school districts provide their staff, which we are competing with for talent in this significantly scarce talent market for teachers in particular. And our benefits packages are guided by the collective bargaining agreements in New York State labor laws, and that includes Social Security, workers' compensation, those retirement plans that I mentioned, illness leave, and an employee assistance program. While healthcare costs have increased significantly, we have negotiated some savings, including in our 3 contracts that we recently closed last year that the board approved with RAP, Bente, and ASAR. And so I think we accomplished in working with labor unions, healthcare savings in a time when most school districts are not looking at cutting benefits because they're trying to be competitive and they're trying to recruit. So I just share that. We did achieve some savings last year, and I think perhaps that helps to show our year-to-year increase in healthcare costs are only 2.52 when the average is typically 4. Now we are still engaged in negotiations, and we are looking at going to market to do a request for proposals for our healthcare, and that's potentially something where we could realize some additional savings. We have a new director of employee benefits who comes to us with background having spent 10 years working at Excelis. And so I think through a number of strategies and supports and working with a healthcare consultant, we will work to try to realize savings in our benefits.
So one practice that we were doing here in the district is that when employees would leave, we would pay them for sick time. And we paid people up to $15,000 for sick time. Do we still have that practice?
So we do have some benefits akin to that in our labor contracts, and certainly in negotiations in the past, those have been topics of discussion.
So let me just put on record to all the unions, we're expecting that to be eliminated. If these unions are really into it about our children and we want to have a stable financial position in this district, we have to look at that. Has to be one of the points that we negotiate, that there's nobody that's getting paid for sick time. If you don't use it, you lose it. So I just want to put that on record. That $15,000, we were paying that. And how many employees do we have in the district? 6,000? You know, so we have to look at, you know, if the unions are really interested in children, then that would be one item that we can negotiate and that we can negotiate out of the contract. Thank you. Yeah, Willie, why don't you?
Is it my turn? Make sure I can be heard. So, right off the bat, I want to say how welcoming it is to have Vern Connors here. I can't believe from his answers that he is so well versed in such a short period of time. He has given precise answers to questions in a manner that before he began to speak, we were getting kind of vague answers, and he has set the tone, a tone that I am more comfortable with because it is in keeping with our past budget experiences. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I also appreciate that Chief Miller has also tried to give very precise answers, and Vern was there to back him up, and that's the way it should be, that the answer is not only is it the same from one subject matter expert to another, but also that one adds depth to the conversation. I can't say can't express my enthusiasm more vigorously than I just did. We do have some of the questions and answers in a handout that we just received today, but I have to say that in the questions that I asked, not only is the bottom of my question cut off, but both the bottom and the top of the answer is cut off.
In the question mark?
In the physical page. So I can't make sense of the answer. And there is a hyperlink, that points to another page, but it has an alias. So I can't go from the printed page and type in the hyperlink to find it, and it's not on board. The question log is not yet on board.
Commissioner, if you'd like to ask the question again, I worked on the answer, and we can give it to you tonight if you like.
I don't need the answer tonight. I look forward to the answer, and future questions will kind of depend on that. But I just wanted to point out that I did not intend to ask any questions I hadn't already submitted, but when I saw this, I got kind of stuck. As I said, I did not intend to ask any questions that weren't before us already, but and I say it again, I appreciate how you were able to give bigger context to the question around the substitute line. Clearly, Dr. Jallo would not have been satisfied with this budget if it hadn't received careful scrutiny and an appropriate response to budgeting for long-term subs. So when I first saw the numbers, I too was skeptical because for a number of years the substitute line has been kind of an Achilles heel. But given that explanation, and especially understanding that Dr. Jallo has already blessed that change in accounting practice, I want to hold that up and appreciate that that the administration isn't operating in a vacuum around that substitute line. I do want to give the administration opportunities to spend a little more time describing the dilemma that we have with food service. Now, first off, it does look like a huge decrease, but as it was already explained, the COVID dollars, the dollars for those take-home lunches during the COVID year is not there, but also the expense of those take-home lunches is probably also not there. Can you spend a little bit of time, particularly for my newer colleagues, helping us understand the expectations of the federal lunch program being a self-balancing, and what are the consequences if it is not a self-balancing process? I mean, I totally get it that food costs with inflation are upsetting the apple cart in a big way, but we still have an expectation from the federal guidelines. Is that correct?
So the school lunch program has to be balanced. If it runs any type of surplus, and we anticipate a surplus this year because of that one-time revenue, then that money goes into the fund balance, and that can only be used for the school lunch program. So depending on how well we do this year financially, that could be money that could be utilized to support the program next year. If the program runs a deficit, then the difference is made up by a transfer from the general fund to the lunch fund. So that's just the basic accounting behind it. In terms of anything to do with the program itself, we'd have to defer to Mike for that.
Let me add to the question, and we don't anticipate the federal government increasing its per meal rate anytime soon, do we?
In order to, thank you very much for the question. In order to appropriately budget, that would not be a safe assumption. That would actually increase our risk in terms of that. And, when we built our budget, we had to assume as minimal risk as possible in order to provide a balanced set of items. I think the other piece is, as our labor costs increase, if the reimbursement does not increase correspondingly, then naturally you end up with a delta in that particular area. I think the team has done a good job of trying to find some level of balance between the commodities that are available to us locally and also nationally, food supply chain aside, to try to mitigate some of that, but math is math. So I think that's where we are, and I think, the expectation to date was, as Vern said, we have a requirement to provide a balanced budget, and, with the enrollment decreasing and that type of thing, we just felt like that was the number that we needed to start with. And I think the other part of it is we obviously were very aware from our site visits and from our public conversations that we were going to be revisiting this publicly and having a much more thorough conversation. So what it was not meant to be is a level of disrespect to the community or not a level of awareness that the issue is there, but just the actual requirement of us being able to do that. It would not have been appropriate for us to supply a budget that would show a $1 million deficit and then, in a sense, asked to have something come from somewhere else in the organization. That's not how the process has worked in the past. So I think that provides a level of detail in addition to what we already discussed earlier. And once again, I think our team is always available for anyone who has not been able to come and visit. I think seeing the operation firsthand, both internally at Central Kitchen, but also externally at our full-service sites and our sites that are not full-service kitchens, I think gives a much broader depth and scope in terms of what the challenges, but also I think we're also in the successes. I think where we see opportunities.
As we transition into these hybrid kitchens, are we able to decrease some of the costs that are wrapped up in the packaging? I know we've had to have very specific packaging in order to put together meals in Central Kitchen and then get them out into the schools, and the paper products and what have you. Seems like that's a huge expense that an investment in the equipment at the schools could over time kind of correct with some of those costs.
Sure. I think the hybrid kitchens probably do not mitigate the packaging, but the more opportunity we have to do some level of prep at the individual sites, whether it may not necessarily have to be a full-service cooking kitchen, then we have the opportunity to mitigate some of those other expenditures. It's the other side of it, though. The more preparation you do, the more you end up with some labor as well. So I think we want to provide some menu options, as I shared a little bit earlier, that are going to increase participation so that we end up being able to maximize our reimbursement to mitigate some of our effects. And I do think ultimately that because of the cost of just doing business now in the food service environment, we well documented at previous board meetings with the restaurants are facing a very similar challenges, and I think Vice President LeBron articulated it better than anybody else could. So I think we don't face anything differently in our food service operation than any other restaurants do as well. So if you've been out to dinner recently, you certainly know that everything is a bit more expensive, and we need to be able to address those items. And I think we've got a pretty good thorough conversation in place tonight to be able to move that forward. And once again, we thank everyone for their support, and we're ready to move forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Patterson?
Thank you, Vice President. As a new board member, I would like to express my concern and disappointment on the lateness and subpar condition of this most recent 2022-23 Rochester City Board budget. The budget draft includes numerous typographical errors, pages that are not referenced properly, formatting issues, and the content is very difficult to follow. The budget development team consisted of 15 people with special assistance from 6 others, in addition to an ample group of senior management personnel. With all these individuals involved, I am at a loss to determine how this document was provided to this board and posted on the website without simply proofreading the document. Superintendent, you and your team can and must do better. Our community, families, and students deserve better. Recognizing that the Board of Education are not financial experts, we have the challenging responsibility of providing fiscal oversight for this district. To do this, we need accurate, thoughtful, and transparent information that will allow us to perform our responsibilities. So I had 3 questions, not to be redundant. 2 have already been asked by 2 other commissioners. So the one question that remains in this area of budget at a glance is, what is included in number 4, the multi-tiered, oh, excuse me, my computer just jumped. The multi-tiered system of supports. So again, that would be, the page is not numbered, but it's, if you can put it up on the screen, budget at a glance. It's number 4 under 2022, 2023 major budget initiatives include.
Good evening again. Multi-tiered support systems is the infrastructure that is built for students to respond to their needs prior to being referred to CSC. What's included in that is a director of MTSS to help drive that work for the district, in addition to consulting and contracting services for our MTSS consultant who's been with us for the last year and a half. It also provides provisions for 3 MTSS coaches who provide individualized coaching for buildings and their development of MTSS teams that are building-based. MTSS teams at the buildings are staffed by members of the school-based team, in addition to potentially a counselor or support staff worker and a principal. The other infrastructure inside of this also includes any professional development, training, supports, and systems that schools might need in order to carry out MTSS at every building. We do have an MTSS action plan for your review that can support the addition of the funds for this effort. Finally, this effort around MTSS and fortifying all the systems around it is included in both our academic plan as an indicator for improvement and ties directly to our efforts around reducing our number of over-identification in special education.
Thank you. That's it for me, Vice President.
Thank you, Commissioner Patterson. I'm going to actually turn it back over to Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I was trying to stay within a certain, I thought I had to stay in a certain area. But you're talking about food service. I kind of like really feel myself as a representative of the youth in this school district. And I've always said at these board meetings, that's like the main thing that these students have asked for, and their rallies, their walkouts and everything, man, is better food conditions. And it travels over into social, emotional, because if the food is there, they're not leaving the school going to McDonald's and then not coming back to 2 or 3 periods later. They're staying there. There's so much stuff wrapped up in this food. And to pretend that, because I think it's on page 26 or something, they're talking about cutting 44 positions out of the district, out of the food service. I don't see how, when you're already short-staffed. And the day I was riding out in Greece, when I got out of the hospital, I was riding out in Greece, and they had a big sign out there. They're trying to recruit people. People are going to be leaving the district, going out to them suburb jobs, the way that we're handling them. There's no way we should be considering decreasing the food. To increase the quality of the food in the district, man. That's what the students want. Listen to them. Figure out a way. We can talk about the federal policy of this and the other policy of that. We've been figuring out ways to make things work in every other area. Let's do this for these students. I'm telling you, man, we need to prioritize this food service. We need to put some money in there, not take money out. And before Ukraine, this Ukraine thing, prices have went up. Prices have went up on everything, the trays, the silverware, the delivery costs, the gas costs, everything. And so to think that we can be reducing funding in there, no. If we make the food better, the students are gonna eat there and they're not going to be leaving the school as much. It's really common sense to me. So I just would like for us to reconsider that. And so I had to put that on the record about that. And we're gonna lose these employees if we keep playing games and don't give them help. We want them to do more for less. And that's all I have. I'm trying to say this other thing. It's on the same page as this food service. So I ain't gonna get into that. I'll wait for later in reference to early childhood. I'm done, Vice President LeBron.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. I'll make this quick. I have so many other questions, but I think I don't want to hold everyone up. But this is just this relates to it's on page 3, and I'm not really sure if this is for Dr. Miller or for Mr. Connors, but it was the increase of $4.4 million in employee compensation and related benefits. And I know it explains here that this is attributed to many factors, including but not limited to, and then it explains, salaries, personnel contracts, increases in retirement and health and dental insurance. But I really would like to know what percentage of this $4.4 million is due to the decrease in the 94 full-time employees, because I'm wondering if insurance costs actually increase when we have a reduction in employment. So if we have fewer people paying into the system because of decreases, that actually increases costs district-wide. Am I correct to make that assumption? And is that where the real cost lies in that number?
Go ahead.
So there's a number of factors that go into these costs, and obviously health insurance is one of them. What would drive our health insurance cost is, and I'm going to use a industry term, it's called a death spiral. It's when the people in your insurance plan are the sickest, most expensive staff. So having less staff or less staff would not necessarily drive up costs, because our staff contributes between some 0, some 5%, some 15%. So the vast majority of the costs are borne by the district. In our health insurance plan, we pay administrative fees and actual costs, okay? And then that is netted down by employee contributions. So to your question about having fewer people, that doesn't necessarily drive up cost. It's the type of people that are in the plan. So if we had a plan that incentivized younger, healthier people to opt out of the plan, that would tend to drive up our cost per employee, because then the plan would have older, less healthy people who would utilize more services and would incur more cost. So that's just a general statement about health insurance and our plan itself. Just trying to look back at, sorry, I lost my page.
So what drives up that, why do we have that increase of $4.4 million?
So there's two parts. One is when we talk about employee compensation, that's salaries. So you have salaries increasing, some benefits increasing. So we have two types of benefits. I call them payroll taxes. So if you think about workers' compensation, unemployment insurance, Social Security, the employer share of that kind of moves somewhat in tandem with these salaries. And then health care, we've kind of talked about how that is. Now, know that that increase is netted down by a decrease in the number of employees, that FTE reduction. So it's a net effect. So if our employee change was 0, this number would actually be higher because it's netting out some salaries and benefits associated with those FTE numbers. Now, having said that, those FTEs didn't really go away in the budget. Remember I said earlier that we have the budget and CRISA and ARP. These employees are moving from pretty much from not necessarily one-to-one, but from the all funds budget and ARP and CRISA. And when we put these two numbers together, we'll see our FTE change is minimal. It might be +2 or 3, -2 or 3. And again, that's one of the drawbacks with this budget book, because we look at something and we say, oh, this is cut, this is going down. The problem is this is only 80% of the story. We have the other 20%, and we're really struggling as a team, and we've been working as a team to figure out how do we present this so that that everybody can see it, everybody here, because even a lot of the chiefs have been struggling and calling me and emailing, and we've been going over it. So it's a big deficiency. It's a big impediment to us really understanding this budget well.
Okay, well, I certainly appreciate you answering that so well for us, and so glad that you are here again to give us these explanations and provide us with that needed clarity. So thank you.
Commissioner Simmons?
Excuse me, I have my going on there. Okay, there we go. I think I just have one more question for right now. And I want to just reemphasize around the lunch piece. I'm not going to, well, I was going to say beat a dead horse, but actually it's not a dead horse because it's a prominent issue, and it's not a misunderstanding of how funds are appropriated and things of that nature. But what I do want to make sure that I hold myself accountable for when I'm advocating on behalf of our children who actually have to ingest and eat this lunch is recognizing that we just really can't get into this narrative in the space of being comfortable with explanations as to why things have to be the same way for our children. Like, I don't want to hear any of that. I don't need an explanation or breakdown of the funding and what's holding up the food and the variation of food that our children deserve. I want to understand what creative options we're coming up with and how we can do that. So that's not an answer I'm looking for, but I did feel the need to state that and be really explicitly clear on that piece. My question, however, is on the budget at a glance, that front page, number 3, under major budget initiatives, updating district-wide comprehensive programs, materials, textbooks, and assessment tools. I'm not looking for a full explanation on all of those, but I do specifically would like to know about the textbooks. What is the plan for textbooks? Like, what does that look like? So in previous ESA meetings, we've outlined the textbook adoption plan, and so what that looks like over time is we have a 5-year adoption cycle in which in a given year, a textbook against a grade level or curricular resource is adopted, and it goes through a year of review, selection, adoption, implementation for a 3 to 4 year period, and then you start it all over again. In terms of planning for the budget, you only want to adopt 1 or 2 things at a time because you don't want a teacher to have to learn new textbooks, 3 or 4 subjects at a time. And so for this budget cycle, we are rolling up and finishing the science adoption we've heard, and then going into the purchase next year of science, and then we'll review the next content area for them to purchase in the following budget year. How we budget that over time is you plan for an adoption of about $1.1 to $1.5, $1.7 million in your first year, and then you think about your continuation costs. Continuation costs would include things like workbooks, materials, additional trade books or reading books. So that would be a full adoption, and then over time you also plan for workbooks in the non-new adoption years. And so if you think about My View, My Vision, we paid for the full adoption, so we got the full kit and caboodle essentially, in the first year, and then years subsequent, you have a maintenance cost. So what you see in this year's budget for textbooks in particular really calls out the adoption for K-5 science and the maintenance for other places.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Two things I do want to bring back up. One is I do want to talk about food services again, and I just want to reiterate, especially to our families who are listening, and this notion that it's self-sustaining and that there's going to be a consequence if we don't live within our means in food services. There is literally nothing that stops the district from adding money from the general fund into the food services. The only thing that we're obligated to do is spend what we use up and then ask for the reimbursement. No, there is not going to be a federal increase. There hasn't been one in over a decade that I'm aware of. So that has nothing to do with the fact that the district does not have any excuse other than excuses to not put money from the general fund into food services so that our kids, my kid is a student in this district, and she's not old enough to leave the schools and go across the street or go find somewhere to eat. She's stuck eating whatever that she has that day, as will be my grandson and thousands of other children in the district who don't necessarily have that luxury or that privilege. So I just want to put that out there, that there's nothing that prevents, and that the only consequence of not putting food money into the budget so that we can increase the quality of food services is that our students are going to continue to be fed what appears to them to be like food from jail, because that's what we've been serving kids, unfortunately, because we're trying to make do with what we have, and what we have is pretty crappy. And then the other piece I just want to uplift too is that Dr. Jallo nor the State Department of Education has approved this budget. So when that was mentioned, I just want my mic is acting up. I'm going to switch mics real quick. And Tom, if you can fix mic 5. When that statement was made, I want to be very clear to the community that we're still back and forth with NYSED around the budget and the items that are in here, and we're still being asked to respond to a number of concerns that they still share around this budget. So this budget has not been approved by the state. This budget has not an approval from Dr. Jallo. And so I did ask her if she wanted to ask questions. Right now, she will not be asking questions, but there are lots of questions that the state continues to have around this budget, and that is one line item around the substitutes that they have highlighted as well. And finally, the ARP mentions, I know that we're going to get something with a greater detail and breakdown. I would just ask that in that breakdown that we highlight initiatives that are new that are being used with ARP and Crested dollars versus things that have moved over from our regular budget to be floated over there. And that section has been approved by the state. That was approved by Dr. Jallo. She had to give the green light on what things could be moved over. Because I know that, as Dr. Myers-Smalls was mentioning, one of the things that she uplifted for social emotional was like 11 positions for Pathways to Peace. I will continue to advocate, not only with us, but with the city and in their budget deliberations this year, that if we're serious about gang prevention and violence prevention and street outreach, that we fund it accordingly. And those 11 positions already existed within our budget. There are 11 part-time people, and 11 part-time people for the entire school district and the city of Rochester is not adequate support, gang or outreach specialists to address the level of violence that we're seeing in this community. So when I heard that mention, I just want to be clear that we're clear to the board and the community what is actually being funded with CRESTA and ARP dollars that is new initiatives, new social emotionals, and what was just transferred over. And I don't want to give the illusion that we're doing all additional work with these dollars when we just moved things over and kept status quo. Thank you. President Elliott.
Thank you. There is one clarification that I need to address, and Mike, help me out with this, because when I visited food service, what I was told is that if we increased the funding, if we put money into for food service, the federal government could withdraw the funding, and that's why suburbs don't get in. That's why they have a more they have more of the opportunity to select the various kinds of foods that they want. So if we were to increase our food service budget, what impact would that have on us receiving funding from the federal government?
I'd have to look at that one a little more closely. I'm not aware of a
So-
specific, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm not aware of a specific requirement where they would deduct based upon that. So
Okay,
would I,
all
I will certainly provide that answer tomorrow morning for you.
Yeah, because
could-
I was told that, so, yes.
So the reimbursement, per meal reimbursement, federal and state, is not dependent on our cost structure. It's basically a per meal value that's set by the agricultural departments and the funding they have. So any monies we would use to enhance the program would go to the program. It wouldn't be offset by reduced reimbursements.
It would not be
It
offset?
would not be
Okay.
offset.
Okay, thank you. And so, other questions, a couple other questions that I have. The 94 million in transfer to other funds, what does that mean exactly? And that's on the appropriations expenditure sheet, and it is the last bullet under that particular section.
So essentially, that's largely the debt service payments. Okay, that's the biggest part of it. We have to account for it in the general fund, but again, following the comptroller's chart of accounts in the required type of accounting we do, we actually transfer it from the general fund into the capital, or excuse me, not the capital fund. We have what's known as a debt service fund. And so we transfer these funds from the general fund into the debt service fund and actually make the payments out of there. So that's the largest piece of there. And then if we were to, in the special aid fund, if we have any disallowances, and typically our disallowances run about 1% a year of it. So that'd be about 1.2, 1.5 million. And then finally, as has been asked a number of times, we could also transfer funds to supplement the school lunch program. So that would fall, all those would fall into this category.
So let me just ask just a basic question here. Should we be borrowing money when we've got to pay this amount of money back every year?
Well, the debt service, this debt service is, there's two types of debt service. This debt service is to fund the capital projects. As we mentioned earlier, we try to align those debt service payments with the billing aid coming in to try to get a net zero. Our nominal reimbursement rate is 98%. So 98% of the dollar, and that's principal and interest, not the cost, but principal and interest, would be paid through billing aid. Now, having said that, there are a lot of formulas that we have to adhere to in a capital project, and if we don't, then some of those costs are not aided. So then instead of getting the nominal 98, maybe we get 97 or 96. But it's the same concept that we're trying to minimize that gap and minimize the cost to the general fund. The second time of debt service would be if we took money for we have a cash flow problem. So because of the timing of cash coming in and money going out, from time to time, and typically in the summertime and in December through February, those are kind of our low periods. So there would be years in the past, especially when we went through all of our fund balances and spent all the money down, that we wouldn't have had cash to get through those periods. So then we take a revenue anticipation note to bridge that, but then there's an interest cost with that, and that would be expense to the general fund. Fortunately, right now, our fund balances are very healthy and our cash balances are very healthy, so we will not need to do a revenue anticipation note next year.
Yeah, I'd just like to see that number go down. That's, almost $100 million. And, when we also look at developing these budgets, we have to take into consideration that amount that has to be paid as well. And then the last question I have is around that last bullet on the page around North Star and links. So in reference to the North Star program, there's a decrease of $3 million, 3.3 for both of those programs. And what does it mean, a 1.5 million deficit reduction, a decrease in the deficit reduction account?
Can you point out, I have the answer, I just want to see the bullet.
Last
So
bullet.
this goes to the question we just had a few minutes ago, how much of the money going to ARP and CRISA from the general fund? And anything we're proposing to be in ARP and CRISA is reviewed by Dr. Jallo, the state monitor, and state ed in 2 levels of approval. So what's happened is we proposed transferring North Star and Links from the general fund and into ARP and CRISA. Links was approved. North Star was not. However, due to the timing of when we learned that North Star was not approved, it does not appear in this budget
Yeah,
book.
okay.
And we had to do the memo. So that's again another deficit in this book that again makes understanding and being able to see everything in comparability more difficult.
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, 2 things. First, on the appropriations expenditures page, midway, under the increase in 4.4 million in compensation and benefits that was talked about a little bit, 0.79% increase is extraordinarily small percentage change compared to other aspects of the budget, especially when compensation represents something like 60+% of our total budget. And I went looking throughout the rest of the budget book because much of it was taken out and couldn't find the answer. What is the impact of ERS and TRS on that number? And was that number built around any concept of breakage where we had retirements and bringing in younger teachers at lower salaries? Can you talk about the impact of those 2 aspects of compensation costs for me to shed a little bit more light on? Do either of those things explain how low this, or add to the calculus of how low the change is?
So there's multiple answers to that, multiple questions, multiple answers. One of the things that we didn't mention earlier was the settlement of contracts. When we build a budget, and if we have contracts that are not, that are open, we have to estimate what they will be. So when we went into the budget, into the current year budget, there were several contracts that were open and have since been settled. They were settled at a more favorable number than we had anticipated and budgeted. So some of the reasons why, that's another reasons why the salary and compensation did not increase as much as one would expect. If you want to see the impact of the retirement systems, one of the fortunate things about functional budgets is they are clear, as opposed to a lot of other. You turn to page 8, you can see at the top of the page the state retirement and teachers' retirement for the general fund. If you turn to page 10, you can see it for the special aid or grants fund. Unfortunately, it's not broken out for the school food service program. So that's two of the questions you posed, but I'm sorry, Commissioner, I forgot the third.
Breakage.
Breakage. So breakage, remember as I was talking earlier about how when we were talking about the substitute budget and how we're transitioning how we do that? When we would put that negative number in the budget, in the district-wide, that covered vacancies, and I call it turnover, but it's commonly called breakage. So if we have a senior teacher leaving or a senior staff member leaving, a more junior coming in, there's salary dollars in there. And we would always, and I have to give a shout out to Sam Cordero. He's a very quiet person, but he's very important in the accounting department. He's the one that analyzes this regularly and provides regular analysis and update to us throughout the year so we know how we're trending in that regard. So that breakage number would be in those negative budgets, the negative salary lines that we put into the budget in the past. We no longer do that practice. So, as we look at this budget, we budget based on average salaries. And we're budgeting based on our staff. We take a snapshot of our staff as of February 1st to develop these numbers. So any breakage or turnover, that's surplus in the budget because we no longer use that other practice to capture it. We now have that extra money as a cushion in the budget that when we look at the substitute budgets, if we misprojected those and how much of that we'll be able to charge to salary lines, we do have some capacity in the salary budgets to cover those costs if they're an overrun. But for me, coming back, it's frustrating because I know for many years we used this old practice. It was extremely transparent because you could point to the number in the budget book every year. And in the years I wasn't here, that's the first thing I looked for. What number did they use? What number did they use, from the armchair in my house. But we no longer do that. Now we're having to adjust our practices to compensate for that.
But because we're not adjusting for breakage, then it's possible that at the end of the year, we'll be able to sweep funds into fund balance.
So at the end of the year, we don't sweep funds into fund balance. They automatically go to fund balance. What we then do is determine of the dollars in the fund balance, do we need to set aside any in reserves or for a particular purpose. But when we close the books at the end of the year, if there's any surplus, it automatically goes into fund balance.
Right.
If there's a deficit, it reduces fund balance.
Going back to, since you pointed us to page 8, and both of those are negative % changes, which is just astounding. Is it because is that also because the number of employees is a smidgen smaller, or is the ERS-TRS rate that's low? What is the rate, the ERS-TRS rate in this projected budget?
I don't know it off the top of our head. But one of the things I want to point out is we just mentioned how North Star is not in this budget. When we bring those people back into the budget, that will raise both of these numbers. Because when we bring those dollars back in, a portion of that will be the retirement system dollars.
Right.
So.
And it will also affect the number in that overview, right? That'll increase the total.
We will have to adjust that overview page to reflect the impact of all these things when we restore North Star and any other changes we may be contemplating. We'll have to go back and review these things once we have those numbers captured and do another analysis. We'll have to make adjustments to budget at a glance and all these items to reflect those. And we have taken note that we probably need to enhance the descriptions to provide more information so it's clear it's, what, I think the example was contracts. We only listed, charter school tuition. So we'll have to enhance those as well from the feedback, and I'm already writing notes and thoughts as we sit here, so.
Great, thank you. So the last thing while I have a turn is, I noticed that there seemed to be a rather combative response to my questions around food service. And I want to point out to our listening audience that I also have a child in the city school district who also has issues with food with the food that's offered. He has for years. He's learned how to go all day without eating. That's his answer. I only ask the questions, not to be combative, but to elicit from the administration a deeper answer than what we had gotten previously. That's the only reason. I'm not trying to disparage anybody or suggest that your position is wrong. I'm trying to draw the administration out into a deeper answer. I hope that you'll accept what I'm saying with in the spirit with which I am sharing that. Thank you.
Commissioner Patterson, I'm going to start with you so a couple of changes because we're going to be here all night. It's financial structure, which starts on page 5, and revenue summary, which starts on page 13. We're going to take those two sections together. So if you have 3 questions that you want to start between those 2 areas, again, financial structures, which starts on page 5, and revenue summary on page 13. And so we'll round robin 3 questions that you may have in those 2 areas, followed by Commissioner Powell, President Elliott, myself, Commissioner Camille Patterson, I'm Camille Simmons.
Good, you married me.
Oh my God, don't kill me, Camille. Commissioner Malloy, our parent rep Rebecca, and then Commissioner Adams.
I don't have any complaints, Commissioner Simmons. Okay, going forward, again, in the financial structure and district budget details, I have 3 questions, so I'll just, ask them here. So there's an increase of 169, let's see here, thousand, let me see. Yep, roughly 169,000 in public information services. I can assume what it's for, but I don't want to assume. So I'm going to ask, what is it for, that amount, roughly 169,000?
Marisol may have just stepped out for me. Oh, she's coming? Okay.
Commissioners, if you could just also say the page number, we're following along for the listening audience.
Yes, I'm sorry, page number 6.
Yeah, there's
Would you like me to rephrase the question? Or ask it again, rather?
That is not part of me.
public information and services, that's it.
I'll ask it again. There's an increase of roughly 169,000 in public information and services. What is this for? Again, I don't want to assume, even though I have an idea, but what is that increase for? Page number 6. If you look over to the left column under general support, about quarter to halfway down, it says public information services.
If I can help a little bit, I'm going to turn your attention to page 120.
And if we're going to reference,
This is important. 'cause
yeah, that's one of my issues is that
Yeah.
I had to flip
Understood.
from one section of the the front to the rear to
Understood.
find the response. So
So
what's the
if
page
you
again?
look, if you look under here, under the Chief of Communications and Intergovernmental, the increase is only $75,000, okay? So when Metasol's sitting there thinking, I'm not getting 168,000, she's right. But coming,
I'll take it, but I'm not getting it.
but coming back to page 6, that's the problem with the functional reports. Because you'll read a description, and you think it would apply to a particular department, but it will cross departments. It crosses multiple departments, and it doesn't neatly align with the other reports. So we're looking at 2 different report structures and 2 different numbers. So somebody looking at it would say, this is all wrong. Well, both numbers are correct, but they both say something very different. This is why I personally, and I would never use functional reporting, because it's too hard to trace back to a particular person, department, responsibility. Whereas if we do object reporting and by department, then we wouldn't have asked Metasol, why is it 168,000? Because only a portion of it, as we see on page 120, is her department. Having said that, I can't explain where I don't know. I'd have to do research to find out where the other 90,000 is.
Okay,
I honestly couldn't tell you right now.
All right. And no disrespect, I hope I'm saying this kindly to everyone, but someone should be able to answer that. If that's, $169,000, someone here should be able to respond to that question and tell me what those funds are being used for. Being, part of the audit committee, the chair, that's something these are the reasons why I put these questions on here. That's something I would need answered. So if you can, at some point in time, someone reply to that question, I'd appreciate it. The second one is, what is kept in the central storeroom that requires a budget of roughly 582,000? That's about 3 down from there. Public Information Service. So number one, I guess I should ask also, I would want to know what is the central storeroom? And then again, that requires a budget of 582,000.
That is our warehouse operations, and trying to find what would be a companion report in the later sections of the budget.
So doesn't that?
So what's stored in there? Can anyone in the room tell me what's stored in there?
Okay. The majority of that is shown, it's summarized under page 151, the distribution center. So that would be where we would store all of our materials and supplies, and I believe that our superintendent actually visited there this week, so maybe she can share with us that experience.
Textbooks, science supplies, instructional materials, and also Chromebooks and technology. So you've got staff that obviously have to maintain that.
All right, so if there's, again, staff, we're talking, again, $582,000 for our central storeroom, staff.
If you there's a lot in there, Commissioner Patterson.
A lot of employees, you're saying?
No, that doesn't, there's only, what? 4.
All right, so the budget is for the items maintained in there, you're saying?
No, it would be for the staff. The items come from teaching and learning, curriculum and instruction. That's for the staff. There's a lot of materials and textbooks that are in there.
Okay, I'm just, and I apologize, but
Sure.
I'm not understanding, I'm not clear. So
We'll
the
be
budget
able-
of 582,000 is for what specifically? Is it for the items in there, or is it for the employees,
Staff,
the staff?
staffing.
It's for
Staffing.
It's for all the above. We'll provide a breakdown for you this week.
But they also have materials, they need, paper and things of that nature.
Right, but if
it's-
you're saying it's for staff,
It's not, plus benefits, that's not a lot.
Staff is an element of it, but there are other costs in
okay,
there.
if you can
and
give us a breakdown,
We'll provide a breakdown
I'd
for you
appreciate
this
that.
week.
again, it's just learning process. And the last question.
And
for
can
now.
I just add, though, we did find out that budget has been significantly reduced over many years. It was higher than that. So they work really with a bare bones staffing there.
Okay. All right. And that's why it's good also for us board members to get around and know what occurs within these buildings if we have to, pose these questions. So it's very important.
Commissioner,
Yes.
we were there, so, but you may want to take a trip over there yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President LeBron, Dr. Jallo also.
Yes, Dr. Jallo?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind Commissioner Patterson that this is in the financial plan. We've been in the financial plan for the last 2 years to address that facility and what is housed in that facility and look at ways to reduce the costs associated with that facility by cleaning out that facility. So if you also, as you do your research, I do encourage you to visit, but I would also encourage you to look at the plan and see how it's addressed in there as well.
Thank you, Dr. Jello. And the last question, what is unallocated, same page, what is unallocated insurance and why did it increase by roughly $266,000?
Unallocated insurance would be our property and liability insurance. And we'd have to go back again and analyze what was our estimate in May of 2021, because that's the number in the prior year budget. Insurance costs have been increasing dramatically, and not looking at the numbers, I suspect that the current number, which is probably not the number in this book, which was the adopted 2021 number, is probably not our current budget number and our current expense number. So we'll provide where we are this year and what we anticipate happening next year, so we'll have exact figures on that. But again, this is state terminology. They call it unallocated insurance because we do not allocate it to programs, but it's typically your property, your liability, your fire, things of that nature. Cyber insurance. And yeah, thank you, Terry. So cyber insurance has been a big growth area. And we have to make sure that if we had an attack on our systems, we have support to make sure that we can make them run and we can use them to deliver service and instruction.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set, Vice President LeBron.
Thank you, Commissioner Patterson. Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, I'd like to focus on that last question a little bit longer. We're mostly self-insured, right? But the cyber insurance is a really big, fat, hairy deal. There have been districts in this state in the last 2 years that have been experienced ransomware. I won't name them because we don't want to call it undue attention to it. But can you describe is all of the increase connected to the cyber insurance? Because I understand that that's been a very difficult thing for insurance companies to even price out because they don't really know what their exposure is. And is this the one area where we're not self-insured?
So what I want to point out, if you can look down another 2 lines, judgments and claims, $1 million. What that represents is with our property and liability insurances, we self-insure the first $500,000. So what this would represent would be 2 claims, 2 large claims. So we pay for insurance over and above that amount. I don't want to speculate on the dollars, but I think we'll provide a breakdown of how much we are currently paying this year for the various categories and how much we project to spend next year for the same categories, so that you have that information and it's accurate.
I couldn't have put it any better. That hits the nail on the head right there.
Okay. Well, it is one of the larger percentage increases on these 2 pages. And I mean, there are others where if you just look at the percent column that are bigger, but the total dollars are not really significant, so.
I would anticipate within the next couple of years that insurance companies are going to get out of the whole in cyber insurance game. They were hit very hard over the past 3 years, and basically what they're trying to do after visiting the council, going to the Council of Great City Schools Conference, I went to an entire half-day session on this with Dr. Morris. They're really just trying to, they're raising their premiums to try to get that revenue back, and then they're going to get out of the game, basically, is the direction that this is heading. We're very fortunate to even be approved at this point. Many districts are not getting approval after the interview.
Is it because so much of our stuff is cloud-based and our exposure is lower than others, or what?
We're moving in that direction. We still have some on-prem instances. We've since, just to give you a little bit of background, doing a clearinghouse, we've shut down over 200 servers over the past 2 months, servers that just weren't being used. We did a full audit of that. We are moving to the cloud. We're there in Power School. We're looking to do that for Rock 3D. Obviously, Oracle Cloud, which is our ERP HCM solution to replace PeopleSoft, will be in the cloud. They offer an abundance of redundancy in terms of disaster recovery. And again, a company like Oracle last year alone spent $1 billion on cyber insurance, or not insurance, pardon me, cybersecurity. We're a small shop. And so we are making inroads and moving to Microsoft A5 licensing and not using Symantec anymore. So there's some cost savings there and some improved security functionality there too.
Thank you.
President Elliott.
Thank you. So on page 6, what's the difference between operation of plant and maintenance of plant?
One number? I'm sorry, that's a joke.
No,
No, I know.
He made a joke.
The function number is one different. It's one above the other. Operation is kind of like cleaning. It's like cleaning, custodial, maintenance is repairing things and stuff of that nature. I really hate the function codes, but I'm sorry.
Okay.
I shouldn't have done that.
Thank you.
That was a good one.
Threw me off there for a minute. I got to get back.
Yeah, it's 1620 and 1621, okay? It's one number.
But the operation of the plant has to do with just the repairs and what have
No,
you.
operations has to do with cleaning and
And the
things.
maintenance
Is the repair, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And,
Vice President Elliott?
Yes.
The operations basically is more building centered, and the maintenance of plant more is based out of Hudson Avenue. Those are our maintenance techs that are out doing the plumbing and HVAC work and so forth.
okay. So I'm looking on page 9 around attendance, regular school attendance and guidance in attendance here. So to Commissioner Adams' point, and I don't know if you responded to him or you responded to maybe someone else with regard to attendance. Is this the amount of money that is being proposed in terms of an attendance strategy, the $71,000, to address absenteeism? That's
So-
on page 9.
Yeah, just again, the definition of this, that would cover any attendance clerks, anybody we have that works on attendance
Okay,
in all the schools.
okay.
And if there were dollars involved with that, they'd be here as well. However, I think what we're going to see is most of the big initiatives we're talking about are the vast majority of them will be in Arvin Crisp.
Okay.
So it'll be really good when we have a chance to go through that, because I think next time we'll be able to get in depth on those types of things.
Okay. And I'm thinking that if we are utilizing those dollars appropriately, I think someone asked about, having to have those programs that are being funded, and that if we can do a bang-up job during the period that we have it, we may not have to spend as much money as we would have normally spent, because we put the appropriate strategies in place. And so that's what I'm hoping that's gonna result in that. But page.
President Elliott, before you continue, Dr. Black has her hand up. She also would like to respond to that.
Sure.
I just want to point out that on page 7, as well as page 9, you see the attendance lines. And so the attendance is not just captured on page 9, which is one funding source. On pages 6 and 7, you will also see the same components. And so you see that attendance is in the middle of the page. So those amounts are reflected in both places. So the tiny amount on page 9 is not the only money being spent to fund attendance initiatives. The additional funds are also on page 7.
Okay.
So for all of the expenditures, and Vern can jump in, but for all the expenditures and categories on 6 and 7, you may see them again on page 9 because of the funding sources, but it doesn't negate the amount of money spent on each initiative or each area.
All right.
So this report, beginning on page 6 and 7 and 8, breaks out the general fund. And then on pages 9 and 10, it breaks out the special aid or the grant fund. That's why it's duplicated there.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yep, it does. And then on page 17, the My Brother's Keepers Challenge and the My Brother's Keeper Fellows. Seems as if those, that funding is being wiped out, is reduced to 0. Can you explain that?
That, on this page now, we're doing the same thing. These are revenues, okay? So these are right. Page 17, these are the revenues for the special aid fund. The funding for My Brother's Keeper grant and the My Brother's Keepers Fellow grant, the challenge, they end this year. That funding stream ends this year. That's why in this page it goes, the revenue goes from that figure to 0.
So we have to reapply, and we will be, but
And-
we don't know that.
Yeah, and we do not, the only thing that appears on these pages are the funding that we believe we will get or have been awarded.
Okay.
So if during the year we get this grant renewed, then it would be added back to the budget.
All right. Thank you, Vice President.
I just kind of want to explain a little bit how I got to where I got to. So when I was reviewing this initial draft budget, I also, to kind of get a better sense, because as has been mentioned, this is not a very transparent budget and it's not very clear from what we did last year to this year because of the changes. I pulled the budget draft book that we all deliberated on last year. That book was dated March 23rd. And so then I found some discrepancies in the numbers. I had a meeting with the state, I had a meeting with Vern and the superintendent and President Elliott, and Kylie was there. And then Vern pointed out, wait a minute, I think you looked at the wrong book or the wrong budget. And then the book, after we voted on the budget numbers changed. And we never got that budget. We deliberated on the March 23rd book, but on the website we do have the May 13th budget, and that's the budget that apparently we've been operating under, which was kind of news to me. So I bring you all on that journey with me because what I ended up having to do was then go back and review this budget book, compare as many items as I could to that budget for May 13th of 21-22, and it was exhausted, and there were some discrepancies, and again, I'll bring this up again next week, and where we see some of those changes and where there are red flags for the board and the community to be mindful of in the future. But one of the things that did come up was operations of plant and maintenance of plant. When I compared literally every single number as best as I could to align them by items, those two items last year in the May 13th adopted budget equaled $42,234,360 last year. And this year, that number totals $32,234,360. So there is a difference of $10 million. And I say that on record because I did ask administration as an expenditure. So you have expenditures for 10 million, which is a very large number. I know it may not seem like a large number in almost $1 billion budget, but it's $10 million. And we're still talking about pulling 10 million from our fund balance. I'm still waiting on an answer on that, so I figured I'd ask on the record for where the discrepancy in that 10 million for those two item lines are. And I'll start there.
I can answer on the record. So the report in last year's budget was not comparable to the report in this year's budget, because the report you're referencing in last year's budget is the three-part budget that should have never been in the book in the first place.
Which part shouldn't have been in the book?
The report you're referencing in the 21-22 book. That is a requirement of small city schools and suburban schools. And they do that because they only present the general fund, because that's all that voters vote on, and they're required to do that by New York State. It does not apply to us. It doesn't generate and yield any information for us.
I'm
going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question.
Understand how operations of plant and maintenance of plant was one budget item line last year, and I can give you the section. It was section 3, page 22 of the adopted budget on May 13th.
Yeah. So right, that's the three-part budget, and this, or if we go to page 6, where we see operations of plant maintenance, that's the functional budget. The three-part budget also includes our cash capital line of $10 million, but it's a different format in this report than the one last year.
So where can I find the difference of the $10 million for an expenditure in this summary here?
It would be if you turn to page 8. And again, this is why I love functional reports. It's a component of the interfund transfers. And remember when we spoke earlier about that? One of the interfund transfers is our cash capital transfer of 10 million from the general fund to the cash capital fund. So that 10 million is buried in this line. This is why I hate the functional report. This is why I hate the three-part report, because it just creates confusion. And we should not be using these types of reports in our budget books. They don't apply to a large city school district.
So are you able to give a breakdown of that? And I know perhaps not right now, but I would like to see interfund transfers then expanded so we can see every item line and how that's related. Because if I look at titles from last year's budget book to this one, this is the only two that for this section that I could find that match word for word, and that were together, and cash capital was not listed under that item line together on section 3, page 22. So I just want to put that out there. I would respectfully request an interfunds transfer be broken down so we all can see all of the items that are there. If we can have that by next week, that would be great. The other piece I do have questions on has to do, we're going to go to page 15, if I can get a better understanding of what premiums of obligation means, as well as how sale of obsolete equipment is established. And I say that because, again, going back to previous budget books, that number, the sale of obsolete equipment, was like 85,000, and I was like, that's a big number to jump from 85 to 20 and then 20. 15. I just wanted to understand how that how that's actually calculated, what formula is used for that.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I was making a note from the last one. What page was this on?
I'm sorry, page 15,
Page 15. Thank you.
in the revenue summary.
Mhm.
There's two lines on here that I would like clarification on. One is the premiums of obligation, what that means, and that's zeroed out, so there's, 100% loss there. But then, what is the formula used for sale of obsolete equipment? Currently, it says that the adopted budget was 20,000, but if I go back to the 2021 budget, not the 21-22, it was 85,000. So that's a big, increase or decrease, I should say. Just curious about how that's calculated.
So I can answer both questions.
Okay.
So we did talk about premium of obligations a little earlier. Do you remember when the March budget went from 30 to 36 million? That was due to the removal of a $6 million revenue line for premium of obligations. Upon review, it was decided that given the current environment for going and incurring debt, that was likely not to incur. So what happens is when we issue debt, if we issue debt at a higher interest rate than the current market is calling for, what the investors will do, they will overpay for that debt. So for instance, just a simple math, if we issued $100 million of debt for 4% and the market is 3%, we will get more than $100 million, or let's just say $1 million. We'll get more than that because we'll get what is even though our stated debt is 4%, we'll wind up getting dollars that our effective interest rate will be 3%. So what happened was when we developed the budget this year, that number was aggressive in the March book. And upon review and discussions with the city to get their feedback, because remember all the debt is issued by the city on our behalf, and we try to use them and their bond counsel to try to glean what this information, this number would be. So even though we anticipate issuing debt this year for our capital projects, we are not counting on in this budget experiencing that premium that I just described. It may very well we get some revenue that way, but we felt it was better to be conservative in the budget and zero that number out. If we look at the adopted budget from last year, that budget was 1.4.
Can I just quickly ask
Yeah.
about the 1.4 then?
Yeah.
Because I do recall we ended up having multiple budget meetings, and there was a meeting where we had in the superintendent's conference room where our previous CFO did mention that there was a $6 million interest that was counted for, calculated, that would then have to go into the fund balance. So we went from 30, that we would have to pull from the fund balance. So we went from 30 originally to the state to now 36.
Mhm.
But where is that reflected in the 1.4 million? That number's not adding up for me. So where would the additional millions be accounted for?
So the 1.4 million would be when the budget was adopted for this year, that was the estimate of what we expected to receive when we issued debt this year. Because we expected to issue debt at a higher interest rate. It makes our bonds more attractive. This is a strategy that is used. And it generates that premium. That's what this revenue number represents. So in May of 2021, or actually leading up to that, that was the estimate or the projected revenue that was expected to occur this year. No, well, I'm on the 1.4 million number from 2021. So now let's flash forward to this year. So when we got into January, February, March, and we were building the budget, the former CFO projected that number could be as high as 6 million. And when the March draft was presented, it included that $6 million. And the And because of that $6 million, that revenue that was built into the budget, then the anticipated use of fund balance was only 30 million. So what happened then, upon consultation with the city didn't agree. And because of that, the decision was made that we need to take that 6 million out of the budget. And that's how the budget went from 30 million uses fund balance to 36 million, because now the revenue dropped by 6 million, it would have to be made up by the use of fund balance. So I'm sorry for a long involved, but it's a long involved item.
Yeah, and we did have the administration actually ended up having to present that to the full board because we all had budget books that were now not valid anymore for that and other reasons. So, and then the sale of obsolete equipment, what is the formula being used there?
So this brings us back to the central storeroom.
Please don't.
We have to. Let's be real about this.
I want to talk about this because
no,
we
I'll
went from
tell you, you know what this is?
85,000.
This is the sale of all the junk sitting in the central warehouse that's obsolete. And what happens periodically is the superintendent will visit, go, holy crap, we got to get rid of this stuff. And then that spurs another round of sales. And that's what this revenue thing, that's what this revenue represents.
So we had a visit, Vice President LeBron, so
Yeah, but my question is really like, how is it calculated? Because again, in the, and when we go second rounds, I am going to talk about, again, some of these deficits in this budget book in terms of the transparency and the clarity for not only the commissioners, but for the community to really understand what's happening here.
So this is
we went from 85,000 though at one point, like for multiple years, and then it dropped to 20,000, and then it's maintained at 20,000. I feel like there has to be a formula that one of you is using to calculate that number.
What it should represent is we should look at what was our actual experience the past couple of years. And so that would guide us, what do we do on in an average year, so to speak, and will the next year be an average year, or will it be a year that we go and clean out the warehouse, which might cause it to spike that year? But there's no formula to say what the number should be. And what I will do, and I think these are good questions because we're asking tough questions and we need answers. We'll go back and look at what our actual numbers were for the past 5 years and provide that, and that will kind of enlighten us as to whether the $20,000 is too cold, too hot, or just right.
We have to take into consideration, however, just these past two with COVID and the potential impact that could have. But I think going back 5 years is certainly a good way to go, so we can have a sense. So I would agree to that.
I just want to say I did go back 5 years, but I'm only going to quote from 2021 because, again, if you go back, these are revenues. So if I look at like this is money I'm anticipating coming in, either we were overestimating in the past or we're underestimating now. But it's such a stark difference. And again, when I get to why adopted budgets are problematic for us to only look at in these types of drafts in a budget, it will make more sense even with that, because at some point we're going to have to talk about how this budget is missing actuals and how we're not able to see anything with an adopted budget versus actual numbers.
And I agree with that, Commissioner, because historically we would show prior year actual, current year budget, proposed budget. So you had another data point to look at. Unfortunately, in this budget book, there was another change that was made that was not a good change.
Commissioner Simmons?
I'm still meditating on your last statement, not a good change. A few of those. I just had a couple questions for this particular area. On page 7, just the teaching, regular school, and the program for students with disabilities, I see reductions there. I'm assuming dollars are reallocated somewhere else. Like I see the program for students with disabilities resurfacing on page 9. So am I looking at that right?
So again, the page 6 and 7 and 8 is the general fund. Page 9 and 10 are the special aid or the grant funds. And so what we have to be careful about is what is the real number? Did any of this move from the general fund into ARP and CRISA? And that was a request for data for next week. And again, these are all very good requests because the book should have been designed to answer these, but obviously it failed.
Yeah, so yeah, I see the difference in that the first line, the program for students with disabilities, is under general, and then I saw it under special aid. So I assume that the dollars it's being taken care of under special aid.
Yeah, so
what you're saying?
to get the complete picture, we'd have to add the two numbers together
Gotcha.
to see what's in the core historical budget.
Big time. Okay, awesome. Thank you. And the social work service for regular school, that's showing a reduction on page 9 as well. And I just wanted to get some understanding around the social work service and.
So if we look at the 2 pages, if we look at page 7, we can see it's $700,000 or 12% increase.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
And if we look on page 9, we see it's a $85,000 decrease or 5.1%. So the net between the two, I can still do math, is an increase of about $630,000.
Oh, that's perfect. I missed it on page 7.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
There's too much of having to go between pages and
Yeah.
reports.
Because I looked and I did not see it on 7, but that helps me. Let me just make sure I don't have one last question for now. I think I'll pause there. Well, page 11, it's probably somewhere else. The programs for early childhood on page 11. It's like 13 million. But there's a reduction there. Is that somewhere else?
245. Why did we do this summer? Page 90? Page 90, there's a departmental report for that.
Page 91. Oh, okay.
Well, that's all schools. Okay. And you're specifically asking, Commissioner, about early childhood. That's
Yes.
a little further back. That's on page 94, 95, 96, 97, and 98. I think that's a much better report. Gives a clearer picture. I think we should just ignore this last report on page 11. It's just, it doesn't add value. It's kind of like the 3-part report. It's a conglomeration of a lot of different things, and it would be, we can tie out what that number is, but it would be a very big
Yeah, 'cause
list.
some pieces would reference, see page 11 or see this page, and you
Yeah.
could say, oh, it would guide you there, and then this one was just like, ah.
This is another
Okay.
shortcoming of the presentation in this book.
All right, well, thank you.
Commissioner Simmons, I did want to go back to social work. The differences that you see, previous administration had certain staff, and in this case it was social workers, in title funds, and so we had to correct that and pull them back into the general fund. That's why you see those differences, okay?
Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. Hello again. I'm just going to ask one question this round. On page 6, I have no idea what unclassified means. 2/3 of the way down on the page. It says there is an increase, looks like. And I don't know what that means. I think so many of the questions rather that I have, it would be so easy if we had hyperlinks with explanations.
Sure.
That we could just click on, think of how easy that would be for the public.
if they could do that, we could eliminate so many of these questions, I think, if we just had those explanations hyperlinked right in. But hey, so what is unclassified?
So, so when we talk, the reason we call the grant fund is more formally the special aid fund because it's grants and certain funded programs. And one of the funded programs that are included in the special aid fund is preschool special ed. Unfortunately, the state is not generous in funding preschool special ed, and it runs a significant deficit every year. These are dollars that go to balance that budget. So if we were to look at the the preschool special ed program, we would see an interfund revenue line. That's this number here. So it comes from again, the counting we have to do for fund accounting. We have to recognize the expense. It's an expense in the general fund. It becomes a revenue in the special aid fund to balance that. By definition, all grants and special aid fund items have to balance. And if it runs a deficit, then we have to bring money into it from the general fund. And
So is it being used just for the special education for preschool?
I believe there's one other item, because we looked at this, but I can't remember what it was. We looked at this the other, grant disallowances, thank you.
Okay.
So it's about 1.2 million in grant disallowances, and it's roughly 2 million for the preschool special ed program.
Now, does it have to be called unclassified, or is there a way to term this differently?
If we're going to use functional accounting, which I don't recommend, that's the state ed, the comptroller. Okay. These are all these descriptions are all defined by the state comptroller.
Okay.
So,
well, if we did, how I feel about functional accounting.
Yeah. Well, I've made that clear. So.
We all.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Well,
for that clarification.
wait a minute. If you all had to listen to me.
Let me just say, but let me just, for the record, say we are, so just to put it out there now, we are going to look at the budget process, but I do want to remind everybody that we also have participatory budgeting that we were not able to enact this year fully because of all the issues as well. So there'll be more about that. I don't want to hyperlink anything in this budget book because I want to scrap this whole entire book and look at where we were at last year. So that's where we're at. We'll have more on that as we move forward. But Commissioner Malloy, are you done or?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Rebecca?
Sorry, thanks. So I have gone through the book specifically focusing on programs for students with disabilities, and it is coming up that there are cuts to students with disabilities, and as the parent rep, I have to uplift the fact that we shouldn't be cutting programs with disabilities. Under no circumstances should anyone in this room be okay with cutting programs for students with disabilities. When you add up the numbers that are provided in this book, there's at least $500,000 just between these 2 pages of cuts to programs of students with special needs, and it's not okay. Sorry,
there are no cuts made, and we have taken a look at all of our students, what the schools needs, and you may be seeing some shifts because we have put some of the funding into ARP and SURSA money, but I can assure you that we're fully funded for students with disabilities. We've taken a look at the academic and the financial plan, the CAP, the consent decree, and we're ensuring that our kids get what they need. We've increased, actually, the supports that hopefully that'll go down to parents as far as we need more chair people to run some of our meetings so that we can do them timely, so we can communicate better with families. So we've increased in those areas. And we're also, when we decide if there's a class that's full, we're going to open another one. And that's a changing number, right? Because we start out at a certain point now, but there are certainly more kids that are going to come in between now and September and even after that, right? So we have planned the budget very carefully, taking a look at trendline data, taking a look at growth, taking a look at a very specific seating chart that tells us exactly where every student is and what they need. And I feel very confident that we are definitely going to provide and enhance programs for students with disabilities, because we are afforded the ARP and SURSA money that's going to enhance more curriculum, unfinished learning opportunities for the students, social emotional learning changes and curriculum. So I'm actually very excited about the future and what we're going to be able to do for our students with disabilities.
Des, what might be helpful is to show that, though, like the items that you described, so that it's a little more clear. Because if you look at it on the surface, I understand where Mrs. Hetherington is coming from, so I think that would be helpful to provide clarity. Because that's one of our areas of focus that we've said, right?
Absolutely.
So we need to make that clear.
And
Turn the mic.
When you do get the ARP and CRIS information, one of the items that will be shown is the budget amendments. And that includes about 1.5 million for special ed, including moving 24 paras from the general fund into ARP and CRISA. Is, you know, we really need to illuminate that and make it transparent. So again, great job to see those 2 pages, but unfortunately there's the pages you couldn't see to get a more complete picture.
I think part of my concern is the long-term understanding that there are kids who are going to be, over this school year, teachers have started to evaluate more closely, and you're going to have an increase in children who need these special ed supports. And I'm just concerned that, you know, the SURSA and ARP money, I consider that to be temporary money. It's temporary. I no longer, when people talk about the grants, it's temporary, it's short term, it's not a long-term solution. So we have to really be seriously talking about what we're going to be doing long-term and what supports we're putting in place long-term, because, you know, just based on what is in the general fund in this book that I can see, it's not enough, and it's not going to be enough. Dr. Black, sorry.
I wanted to share that when you talk about the long-range planning and taking a look at ARP funding, taking a look at SURSA funding, my team and I were extremely careful, because we know it's gone, right, in a couple of years, and what's the sustainability. So quite honestly, our classification rate is too high. And I think the MTSS process that Dr. Black talked about, kids should get what they need. Even in remember, they are general education students first. There's a layer of special education, and we certainly want to provide all of the necessary services that they need, and we always will. I feel really confident that we're doing that. So we are planning for the future, but we also want to take a look at strengthening their first chance at learning, right? When the curriculum is first there, and when they struggle, giving them those MTSS, RTI supports to maybe prevent a classification. So as we move forward, I'm confident that in our 5-year plan, we're going to see that we're going to be taking a look at the continuum and taking a look at our zones to make sure that the continuum for services flows well, so that kids don't move around a lot. And this is all dependent too, and when we start talking about school consolidations and closures, that's going to really help the special education department as well, because we could really consolidate our services as well in less locations, right? So I would love to, you and I have talked before, and I would love to, sit down and go through things and show you in more detail and provide that to the board to show what we're doing.
Dr. Black?
Yeah, Dr. Black?
So if you go into the book that you have in front of you and go to page 185, 186, and 187, you'll see the budget that has been submitted that we're working off of for Chief Richmond's department. And you'll notice that there's actually an increase overall. And if you go to page 186 and look at the facilities, which is at the top, you'll see that a lot of the materials that are there are non-people and their things, and those are the things we were able to move out of the general fund into ARP and CURSA. So when you get the addendum that Vern has mentioned a number of times, you'll see that the instruction supplies, for instance, coming out of this fund here is sitting in ARP and CURSA. But we did do a significant increase in what we do for SPED. And if you turn to 187, and you look at the top in terms of positions, you'll see that there's an overall increase of 13.65 adults in the SPED department. That mentions what Chief Richmond has talked about in terms of fortifying our continuum, which is the way in which we articulate by building how we place classrooms. So we have teachers that are sitting there to support, and we're also making sure that if we have to expand in places such as our programs or account for our closing school and where those specialized classrooms go, we have a contingency of adults that are ready to mobilize. So we actually haven't made any cuts in SPED. We've actually increased there and put a significant amount of money into our ARP and CURSA to do one-time purchases in order to ensure that our students have access to more improved services. And I'll harken back to what Chief Richmond mentioned and what I mentioned to Chief Patterson earlier. I'm sorry, Commissioner Patterson earlier. If we do, I've corrected it, Commissioner Patterson.
It's okay.
If we do what we're supposed to do by MTSS well and give students both early intervention services and support the gaps that we identify over time, our special education identification rate should decrease, which means that we can then spread these resources around in a more efficient and effective way. But we have not made any cuts in SPED, and so I want to just make sure that's very, very clear in terms of what you're seeing in this book, because we actually put a significant amount of resources in attending to our students with special needs and our students with language needs, as indicated by our academic plan, our corrective action plan, which we just came off of one, so I want to celebrate that, and our consent decree and corrective action plan for ELL.
And I'd like to point out that the budgets that Dr. Black just talked about and the functional budget are not special ed.
Thank you for that.
They are curriculum development and supervision on page 6, right under instruction. Another reason I love function. So again, it doesn't illuminate. So and I feel bad because you're making a good faith effort, but
Madam Vice President?
No, I mean, it's doing.
Can I follow up with a question for Dr. Black?
Can you hold on to that question, because we're just going to keep going around, so if you want to write it down for yourself. Rebecca, are you done with this round for questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over actually to Commissioner Adams. And I don't know if he's on. Oh, there you go.
But it's also a lack of.
I don't know why I'm on two screens, but
as institutions.
he just mentioned one of the things that I'm concerned with on page 6, under instruction, and it says there's like $1.5 million increase for curriculum development and supervision, and then there's a 1.1 million increase in supervision for regular school. We need workers, not supervisors. I don't understand how we increase in supervision by so much when every building I go to, they staff shortages. Maybe I don't understand something about this that I don't understand. What's the difference between the supervision? I don't know. But if it's talking about supervisors, that ain't what we need, man. In them building, not in them building. That's one. That's one. And my second question really is a statement about reference to early childhood. This district here, one of the brightest things about this district, and I've been here quite a long time in this city. probably about 67 years. One of the brightest things in this school district has been early childhood. And we're talking about decreasing $13 million from that. And no, it's not some go to the next page and you'll find something else. When I go to the next page, on page 22, it justifies and clarifies that this is really happening because it talks about cutting 93 positions. We was overstaffed like that? I mean, so I just would like a breakdown, because it just don't add up. It's almost like Common Core math or something, man. So I just have to say that, and I'm done.
So, Commissioner Adams, I would just like to point out, to get the clear picture about early childhood, it's on pages 94 through 98. And if you turn to page 94, you'll see that the budget increases by $580,000. Again, it's that it's the functional budget is the gift that keeps giving.
Commissioner Adams, do you have any more questions for right now?
Done.
Okay. Commissioner Patterson, I'm going to just turn it over then, start with you.
Okay.
So if you want to start with your follow-up to Dr. Black.
All right, thanks. So, first of all, thank you for the information on the multi-tiered support. Actually, there's two questions that I had. As a follow-up question, does a multi-tiered support plan directly support buildings? And will the staffing be sitting at central office or be positioned at central office? Or you'll be providing schools with direct support by assigning the additional trained resource at school buildings where they can make a more immediate impact? And can you please clarify what exactly is included in the multi-tiered support and how that addresses social and emotional needs?
So multi-tiered support, the expenditures included in the budget include a newly added director of MTSS, ongoing continuation supports of our MTSS consultant who has helped us for the first year and a half to drive that work.
Chuck, a little bit slower for me. I'm sorry. I just can't grasp it all.
That's going to be hard. Okay, wait, look. All
It's
right.
gonna be hard for her, she said.
So the MTSS process and the expenditures for this year's budget include a director of MTSS newly hired to coordinate that work full-time, continuation of supports with a consultant who has helped to lay the groundwork for that work, and then 3 centrally based MTSS coaches who all support networks individually to go out on a daily basis, quite frankly, to work with individual schools to help schools establish credible MTSS teams, right, to help with the 6 practices around MTSS, to establish protocols and systems. All of our schools are in a number of different places in terms of the MTSS process. And so the expenditures, as it calls out, does call for people to help the district, and the district schools to build functional MTSS systems, in addition to allowing schools to access training for their MTSS teams and their coordinators, in addition to all of the materials that may come. And so as MTSS ramps up, you'll need, and I don't want to get into the weeds, but you'll need specific things like a PRIM book. A PRIM book is a book that teams use to open up and say, if a kid's having this issue, what are the 30 or 50 strategies they need to try in a succession of time before they go to CSC meetings. And so, again, we are in the very beginning of an MTSS process, which is why some of our other functions around CSE and SPED are so high, because we don't have a well-oiled system yet that captures and gives kids support. So the MTSS is all of that, all the things that you do to wrap around kids around attendance, behavior, and academics, right? Anything that's impeding a student's ability to access instruction is what MTSS is supposed to do when it's at its full function. And we're not there yet, but the expenditures that we're outlining will get us there. And the staff that the staff that is centrally based is in schools, including our consultant. She actually does also have a caseload, and she goes into schools and does training and support of teams on a consistent basis.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, on page 28, talks about building subs. Are those going to be paid out of the ARP and SRSA funds? Because it looks like,
Yes. There are 101 building subs in ARP and SRSA.
okay, so when, again, those funds run out, do we have a plan on how we're going to pay for those building subs? And are they still going to be in the buildings, you know, the subs?
So I don't want to segue, we'll let Chris answer it.
Yeah, so, thank you. We actually added, because we knew we were getting SRSA ARP funding 75 positions for that purpose. And so we were able to add positions that didn't previously exist. We used to only have 25, so through the funding that we received, significantly able to add to our needs.
But he's saying, what's the plan? He said when when ARP or SRSA runs out, the positions, correct?
Yeah, so at the moment, right, we're taking advantage of the funds that we're receiving to add significantly to that. In terms of for the future, I think we need to, continue to assess how well it works. We've not been able to fill all of those positions, and make some determinations about what we want to continue in the general fund. We have to maintain at least 25 of those positions per the collective bargaining agreements.
And that is in general fund
Those,
right now, right?
those are being moved to ARP and SRSA.
So we have to we have to plan minimally for at least the 25.
That's
So,
correct.
Okay.
And having said that, I think, as Chris points out, I think we have close to 700 vacancies right now. So part of that is, we have to distinguish between positions and people. We can't afford to lose any people.
Vern, vacancies is not accurate. Unfilled.
Unfilled, I'm sorry.
Versus filled,
Unfilled
right?
positions.
Yeah.
But it's still 700?
No, again, those positions are filled with bodies.
How many?
It fluctuates day to day because we have movement in a district our size, but in the high 600s.
Just because this has been a hot topic issue, I do need some more clarity on that, Chris, because yes, when we were presented the first budget, we were told that it was in the 700s. Then the state responded to that. You all then responded to the state. We all got that correspondence saying that that number was in fact not correct. Then there was a much smaller number given of vacancies, probably in the low 200s. And then there was some confusion from the state's part to how you got from one number to the next, and now on record you're saying in the high 600s, which still sounds like 700 to me, Commissioner Patterson. So just clarity on that piece, because this has been a moment of back and forth with state ed
Sure.
and the board and what you all have communicated to both of us.
Yeah, I think we were able to meet with the state education department to clarify for them, and they were able to ask us questions, which they didn't do originally, so we were able to discuss that with them and help bring clarity to that. But at a moment in time in a district our size, we have movement day to day, right? So the number changes. It lasts, if we pick a moment in time, it was 675. Of those 675 positions, they're vacant because we have to continue to try to fill them with people who are going to be fully qualified for the position. But in the absence of people that have full qualifications, we have to fill the position with someone, be it a long-term emergency sub, a short-term, a day-to-day, a temporary staff person. And so when you look at all of those positions, they are, for the great majority, filled. We've been pretty clear and consistent about the numbers. Of course, the number fluctuates, right? Again, in an organization our size, day to day, we have resignations, we have turnover, we have people being promoted. But of those 675 positions, there are positions that are being posted because we have created positions through SRSA and ARP, and we're working to fill those. And then we have some other positions that we made decisions that we're not going to fill, such as paras who might assist with COVID. Now, COVID numbers are going back up, but we made a determination at one point not to fill some of those positions because they weren't needed. At any rate, we make every effort to try to fill the positions that we have vacant.
So we did, when we sent the last correspondence to the State Education Department on the 7th of April, we captured a moment in time, and our total was 675.75, and there are 9 different categories. Vacancies filled with daily substitutes, 60.52. Vacancies filled with short-term substitutes, 23.73, et cetera. The largest number is vacancies filled with emergency long-term subs, that's 241.47, and vacancies filled with temporary staff is 169.94. So we did stay consistent around the high 600s, as Dr. Miller said.
But what just came clear to me today, what has helped me is to distinguish if it's 700, that there are official vacancies that you're putting in people who may not have the official title. So there is the 675 official vacancies, but you have many of those positions filled with people who may not have the official qualifications or certifications in those positions. Okay, so there may be 675, but how many of those positions are filled with bodies?
So again, that moment in time when
You can get that to me later.
Yeah, I can get it.
But
I can give you
needed
the
to
full
just
breakdown. Sure.
understand.
Yep.
I needed that to be clarified. Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Patterson, I'm sorry, were you done with your sections? Okay, Commissioner Powell?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
So I know a large portion of the staff will probably glazed over when Vern was giving a long string of answers and not engaging the academic side. But one CPA to another, I will wake up in the middle of the night laughing about the difference between operation of plant and maintenance of plant. I mean, that was priceless. I have to ask, do you have an eidetic memory? Do you have a photographic memory? Because you've been able to pull page numbers and point us directly without even your characteristic stall.
I've done this for almost 30 years, and
Absolutely.
the funny thing is I haven't done it the last 3 years, and it's been having to reawake those memories.
Muscle memory, okay. So, and also not a very serious question. As one CPA to a trained individual to another, given that this section is a functional budget, why would I ask a serious question on this section?
Because we presented it, and we should show respect to commissioners and to the public with everything we present. And when we present something, it should be taken seriously. And I just want to apologize for the functional report.
That's it.
President Elliott?
Thank you. So on page 18 around Title I funding, this is the area, that Title I Part A, where the district is criticized substantially by the community, because this is funding that should have parent input, and it does not seem to have the kind of parent input that it should have. And this goes back to when I first, came on the board, when Minister Florence, you would probably remember this when you were part of the parent liaison, and Manny Rivera wanted a parent to sign something, you refused to sign it, and it had specific reference to Title I Part A. And so, our district has been wanting to just spend that money the way they want to spend it without there being parent involvement with how this money should be spent. And when I say that this is probably one of the areas that the community criticizes this district the most, it is around Title I funding, where parents should be involved with that, with the decisions in that funding. And so, just wanted to put that on the table, and then just to ask about how are parents involved in the decision-making when it comes to Title I funding?
Okay, I think it's on. All right. Thank you for the question, President Elliott. In terms of community stakeholder and parent involvement when it comes to Title I and Title grants, there is a committee of stakeholders that has parent and community input, and they discuss and review the Title grants. They meet periodically, and they are able to give their input on the spend of Title grants at that time. That's a district level or like a centralized committee, and that is where they get the general input from the community and parents in terms of the Title grant spend.
So is their input really valued?
Yes.
In the process?
It is, and they've been meeting regularly even before this administration came on board. The committee of stakeholders has been meeting regularly. That meeting has continued. They meet periodically, and that is part of our reporting requirement as well for the Title grants to make sure that we're able to capture and report our analysis about the spend of the Title grants.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then my last question, on page 15 at the bottom, the prior year 20 million spin up, loan payment, what is that 666667 number? And then is that how much? Well, and then the other one, for the 35 million, this other.
So Commissioner, those are why we're meeting tonight.
And what now?
This is the reason we're meeting tonight and really reviewing the budget. The $20 million loan spin up was the 2001 financial meltdown. The $35 million spin up was the 2018 financial meltdown. Those were the bailouts from the state. And what they did is they gave us the revenues in advance, and we have to repay them over interest-free over a period of 20 years. So we should be coming close to the end of the first one. I'm not sure exactly what year, but we should be getting close to that one. Might have been 2003, 2004 when we got the money. I don't recall exactly, but that's why we're here tonight, so that we don't have these lines in the budget. And so the reason they're shown as a negative revenue is the state intercept. They take it out of our state aid when they send us the money.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you, President Elliott. So a couple of things. I want to go back to this actual revenues, and I know that Vern mentioned this as well. So it does us no good as a body to really vote on a budget that only shows an adopted number, because we have no way of knowing whether the administration actually stayed within that budget. It could have increased, it could have decreased line by line. We have no way of knowing that. And so in the past, there were actuals along with a few years of adopted, passed, amended budgets, and then actuals, and then what's being proposed, so that you can have a kind of a historical snapshot in that timeline in that budget item, but by budget item. And so given that, and the fact that we continue to mention how non-transparent this budget is, I definitely want to pose on record to the rest of the commissioners why you would vote for a budget that is this tumultuous. And I do understand that there are consequences. I have repeatedly asked both the state and our own legal department for a memo on the consequences of a board not passing a budget. I understand there is no precedent in the last 40 years of a school district, the Big Five, not passing a budget. However, I do want to state that I would caution a yes vote on a budget that is as opaque as this budget is. And we should not have to be zigzagging all across the budget book to understand, because the reality is that this budget book should be able to be digestible to everybody in the community, whoever pulls it down. People don't need to be trained. I have degrees in economics and in finances. I may not be a CPA, but I don't need to be a CPA. I should be able to, as a regular citizen in the Rochester community, pull down this budget and understand from A to Z what the district is spending, where it's spending it, why it's spending it, and if there's terminology I don't understand, have a clear glossary. And I don't know if you all even saw the glossary that the administration gave us. It wasn't alphabetized, it wasn't bolded, it was just a bunch of stuff slapped together in a Word doc then thrown out there. And so I say that because I'm gonna stop asking questions. I have lots of questions. I will be digging into schools because there are things that I'm still gonna advocate for, whether this budget passes or doesn't pass. We still need to continue to advocate for our schools regardless, but the fact that we have to zigzag to get answers, and the community does not have a Vern that's going to be there to answer questions every time. So I just want to put that out there. They're not going to have the expertise of a Vern, of a Dr. Black, of a Dr. Morris, or Leslie, Dr. Myers-Smalls, to answer the questions that they may have when they're going through this. And so I'm going to end my section with that, and why, again, it is critically important that we look at actual expenditures versus the draft, so that we have a real picture of whether we're in the right ball frame. Otherwise, we're at the mercy of going through an adopted budget that was an adopted budget that we did not even deliberate on. It was a different budget. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you. Thank you for pointing out the privilege, and, we may not have everyone doesn't have the opportunity to say, I don't like what's being served today, so I won't eat it, because that might be the only meal they're eating, and the access to the budget book and understanding and asking these questions. But I won't belabor those points. What I will do is look at page 17. It's under special aid revenue summary, and I believe these are just some grants that have ended, but I wanted to more importantly understand the impact of if I'm looking at it properly. So for early college, high school cohort 4, $250,000 zeroed out. The teacher centers of Rochester and then the teachers of tomorrow at the bottom of the page are also ending. Help me understand if I'm looking at that properly. Are those grants that have ended, and what is the impact mostly on the early college is where I'm kind of looking. Page 17.
So, thank you for the question. I just want to chime in that in this page, we only put it in if we've received or we have confirmation that we're going to get that grant. So, for example, for Teacher for Tomorrow, that grant has been around for a very long time. However, we need to know that it's going to be added to next year's budget, and that we will be granted the funds in order to add it to the budget. So I would say that it's the same thing with early college. We do know that, once again, like for My Brother's Keeper, that's ending and we would have to reapply. But for these grants here where you see those zeros, that's the linkage, that they are ending that grant cycle. We will have to reapply, and if we are granted that grant, we would be able to add it to our budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. Just on page 15, when looking at foundation aid, it's more out of curiosity than anything else, but I thought that the full funding of foundation aid would have resulted in a much larger source of revenue, not just $9 million. Why isn't that a larger number, I guess I'm wondering, and is this due to decreased enrollment?
The bottom line is correct. The detail within these numbers is not. So foundation aid year over year And again, when I say this, it's actual versus projected. Went up by about 24 million. The excess cost, the excess cost aid did not quite go up that much, it went down. So the bottom line is these numbers were projected, and the bottom line is off by about $83,000 based on what they're referred to as state aid runs. So it shows what was actually aided last year and what's projected to be aided this year. We took a look at that, and we project out where we think we'll be. So what will actually happen is at the end of this year, at the end of the fiscal year, over the summer, we will file our state aid reports, and then based on our actual experience, these numbers will be adjusted in December. And so what we're trying to do is to get at the bottom line of what these numbers were. We're a little bit off of what's shown on those state aid reports, but significantly off on that line. But it's in other areas that the difference is made up.
So we could end up with more than what's listed.
We're going to wind in a line by line item. Some lines will get more, some will get less. But at the end of the day, we'll probably come in right around these numbers, the bottom line, okay? If you look at the bottom line, total state aid, $687,000. The last, once you get past building aid, so foundation to building aid is what's shown on the state aid runs. So when the things that are advertised in the newspaper you read about. And then these other lines are things outside of that. And we estimate them based on experience, but we're going to wind up right about at these numbers, give or take a couple $1 million, which sounds like a big number, but on close to $700 million, it's going to be a fraction of a percent that will be different.
Thank you.
Rebecca?
Turning off my mic. Oh, nope, it's on. Okay. Dr. Morris, if for everything involving Title I, if you can start including PLAC, CPAC, BEC, and MPAC, the parent groups, in those communications and possibly an invitation to those meetings to discuss Title I, because this is the first time I've ever heard of those meetings. And being as annoying of a parent as I am, I would think by now I would have I would have heard. I appreciate but
It's not annoyance, it's advocacy. And so I will share that with the grants department so they can reach out.
Okay, thank you. So I did have a question on page 17. And it's two lines, one right after the other. The first one is extended school day. And the one directly below that is extended school year and special education for summer school. But I don't, so the extended school day question is which school or schools are receiving this extended school day?
So each grant has a different group of schools that it would be a recipient for. So I don't know those schools off the top of my head. However, we have a very, very detailed grant application process which identifies the locations of recipients for each grant fund. So we'd be able to get that for you for each one of these.
And is that anywhere else in this gigantic book?
I don't believe that each detail of each grant application is specified in here, but yes, we do have identified through the grant application which locations are recipients.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then to follow that with extended school year for special education and summer school, where other than here is summer school listed in the book? Like for summer school, for the summer?
Yeah, so it's in.
The extended school year program, these are all the grants that are in here, and then there are some general fund costs for making sure we run our CSC throughout the summer for preschool and for our school age students.
So
So it's
where-
a year round.
I appreciate that. Where is summer school? Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, words.
All right, so Dr. Black has her hand on the microphone, and I don't want to not respect that. So I will let her answer, but there are funds for general education special for summer school. That is in the title grant.
Okay.
So I will go ahead and let Dr. Black continue. And so that would be found in OSI. So all of our summer programming, except for ESY, is found in the Office of School Innovations budget, but it's funded through the special aid or the title funds.
Does anybody know what page?
Hold on.
Just so I- It's fine, we'll find it another.
170? 170.
Thank you. Okay.
So you'll see the department budget there, but the $10 million in expenditures that account for how we pay for summer is found in the special aid lines. So we pull it from all the special aid. The OSI budget will account for the things that are in each individual's budget, your staffing, your supplies, and all of your other fixed costs.
So last year, I looked at the budget and it had a line that said summer school and it said how much we were spending on it. And that would be amazing. I would appreciate it, just so that we can have an idea in the world.
Yep.
And if I can bring your attention back to page 17. The line that says extended school year, and then in parentheses, Fed summer, 6.2 million. That's the program for students whose IEPs require a 12-month program.
Yeah.
So
I
that's what that represents.
Appreciate it, thank you. Okay, I think I'm good, thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams?
Commissioner Adams had to step away for a minute. What was it you just said?
Did you have any last questions? We're still on financial structure and revenue summary. If not, then we can move on.
No, we can move on.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll ask if anybody actually has any final questions in these two sections before I move on. Commissioner Patterson, you all set with this section?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Powell? Commissioner Simmons? Commissioner Malloy?
All set.
I know President Elliott actually has a question, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Just on page 15, under transportation aid, it increases by 107, almost 178%. Can you explain that?
Accurate. So these aids typically lag a year, other than foundation aid, but all these other aids are based off of prior year expenses. So the reason that the 21-22 aid was so low was because you remember in 2021 we were not in session. We were not transporting students, and our expenses were very low. So this year budget, the lag in the aid, we're experiencing that this year. And this year, now that we're back to full attendance and full transportation costs, then next year's aid will reflect those costs.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and in the interest of time, because we will be here all night, I am going to move on to position summary, which starts on page 21. And then administration management can be lumped in, so if you have questions, that starts on page 117. And then debt services, page 204. So I'll take questions from those three areas in any order that you would like to discuss them. CIP, the CIP plan has been moved to next week, as well as schools, and then ARP and CRESA, which remains in the budget book as summaries. So just as a reminder. Commissioner Patterson, I'm going to start with you, actually, if
Could we skip to Commissioner Powell and come back? Not ready?
Yes.
Not prepared? Thanks.
Commissioner Powell?
Yep, so this position summary portion is the sum and substance of the question that I submitted. So I'm going to wait until I have the full answer to my written question and not belabor that. I mean,
Okay, and just for clarity, Commissioner Powell, you are asking for them to reprint that so that it's readable for everybody. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's essentially what I had said earlier, but also Vern indicated that he's like redoing the answer. So there's probably a better answer out there anyway.
So Chris and I both, we tag team the answer. We each took our areas of expertise. But I have to point out, when I couldn't see it on the screen. After we put it in, it went wonky, and I couldn't see it on the screen. I could print it. I could print the whole page, and it was there, but I couldn't see it on the screen. So it went wonky, so we need to take a look at the board docs for Commissioner Powell and see if we can fix that, because I think you're experiencing the same thing.
Right. So, so that covers the position summary part. As far as debt service, all I could say is I agree with the change that was made with regard to anticipating premiums. I think that the initial move to principles of conservatism in the accounting field, and no matter how high the probabilities of there being a premium, it's not prudent to anticipate something that's not a sure thing. We don't budget other revenue expectations if they're not, like, we don't budget grants that aren't already in hand. Why would we budget a debt service premium that isn't already in hand? So as hard as it is to have to make up that extra $6 million, that was the right call, and I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you, President Elliott.
I'm all set, Vice President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you. Reference page 22 and 23 in the position summary. It was difficult to see the changes in school positions made since, because there was no estimated enrollment numbers included. Can those be provided?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see, page 26.
I'm sorry. It's on the schools, because that's why I paused for a second, because I knew I'd seen them. So if you take Roberto Clemente on page 46, has beds, students with disabilities, beds, general education, total enrollment from the past 3 years, L's, economically disadvantaged, and average daily attendance. Go to page 46. See on the bottom? So it does have enrollment. That's why I paused for a second, because I knew it.
Yeah, it's there. It seemed to sort of been hidden, but it's at the bottom.
Okay.
Does that answer it? Is that what you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Page 26, I have, under Chiefs of Schools, why are there 26 new positions? what is the rationale for this increase, and what will people in these positions do? So once again, page 26 under Chiefs of Schools.
Those 26 FTEs are set aside to address any changes in enrollment in the fall. What we're doing is, when we look at a particular school page, we're basing it off a projection now, but then when we get into the fall, we may find that if the mix of students change, perhaps there's more special ed ELL, perhaps there's shifts within a school and we have to add sections at the or a class at the elementary, sections at the secondary. This is kind of a budget reserve, if you will.
Teachers in reserve.
To address those needs.
Also with the leadership students, like where they go, and then so Dr. Orden will adjust for that with these positions. Okay.
So if we have any fluctuations in enrollment at a particular school or for a particular program, we typically call it teachers in reserve. So, you know, if we have just a influx of scholars into the district, we try to budget as tightly or allocate staff as tightly as we can, but we need to have some teachers in reserve, just in case.
Okay. And last for me, I guess, is also on page 26. I see there's a reduction of approximately 44 food service positions. What is the planned format for food service in 2023? And is staffing sufficient for hot breakfast and lunch?
The reduction in food services were an adjustment of hours of current employees. No, the staffing is not enough to do the type of work that we're talking about doing this evening. It'll have to be revisited depending on what the model replicates based on an earlier conversation. We did not cut any staff members from food service.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Madam Vice President.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Patterson. President Elliott?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So, well, you know, people know my support for RIA, so my question has to do with, in terms of this budget, are we positioning ourselves to take it to the level that this board would have this program to be? I know that there's going to be planning, but where are we in terms of beginning that planning as it relates to this budget? And I'm looking at page 89. Are we not doing schools? I'm sorry. Cancel that? I thought, are we in positions?
We're in position summaries.
I was
It's okay.
thinking that I can go to the school itself if we were in positions. So my apologies on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, well, let me stick to positions then. Do we have enough positions that will position ourselves to go in the direction that this board would like to have? And thank you. The board would like to have this program to go to.
If you look at page 204, which is the Dome Department, you will see that there's an addition of 8.2 teachers to the department. Similar to the previous answer of the 26, there are some contingencies built into the Dome Department in which if we want to expand or change any programs in the district, inclusive of potentially RIA, we have teachers positioned and set aside to do so.
Where are you referring
So page 204,
Okay. Yep,
top
yep.
line teachers, third row.
She's got it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Third column, you mean?
Third column, yes, ma'am.
Okay. She's not a CPA.
My eyes.
Yeah, I think so for right now. All right, thank you.
I just want to clarify, though, because that is a question I had too, President Elliott, around RIA, and I need to understand how that is translating into answering President Elliott's question around RIA specifically being positioned. in this budget. And it could be by the position summaries, because right now, it looks like RIA is losing a position specifically in this budget based on the position summary.
Are we expected to respond to program and school questions this evening?
Yeah, you are by position summary. We are in position summary right now, and there's it looks like one loss to RIA in terms of a staff person.
What page are you on?
Page 24. So just so everyone's clear, we're covering position summary, administration management, and debt service. And then that'll conclude the deliberations after this.
There is indeed a reduction in position, but again, that can be accommodated for in the 8.2 positions that are held in reserve and don't.
Okay, but I just want to hold that question when we go into schools next week.
Fair.
Because we do want to understand as a board, I'm sure most of the board would agree that there is support for RIA to be reinstated back to a K-12 program. And you know my position on this. I do not want to have conversations of we're going to think about it, we're going to do it. I like to see plans. And so when I hear those types of things, those are, ideologies. I want actual plans and action. Here, we're going to do it by this date. We're going to have this summary done by this day. This is what the transition's going to look like, and so forth. I'm going to go right to the administration piece, which is administration management, page 117, the infamous previous section 5 that we had to have 2 emergency board meetings for and vote, and then vote again on a more detailed resolution. And I just want to point out that it is still not at the same level of detail as the previous section 5. And I know that it was said that it was gonna look odd and it wasn't going to align with the aesthetics of the book. I don't care about the aesthetics of the book. I care about the actual details of what's in the book and whether it's easy to follow and read along and understand what's happening. So a few things I want to point out here, and mostly point out, and you can either answer today on record or you can submit through the question log. I'm not beholden to either one. I did circle the adopted salary composition on page 119 for the 2021-2022 budget. I don't think that adds to the same as last year's budget. The other piece is that East EPO historically had been budgeted in its own separate section, and it included the total cost for the EPO, so that included upper, lower, and the administration cost there. And this year, it was separated and put into schools, and I was trying to figure out what happened to the additional $2 million something that the total EPO cost, and it is here on page 120. And I just want to point out that there's an increase there, and we'll have, when we get to, I don't even know what's in this, what it just says East EPO, so it doesn't tell us whose positions are there, what salaries, what other additional things are in that budget. In the past, we were able to see what consultant contracts they had, in addition to other items that they may have budgeted, and we could do a cross comparison, but there is an increase there of 39.88%. So I just want to point that out. And I also highlighted that not only did the book it's not the same format from last year, but that there are some discrepancies in the numbers in this particular section from what was budgeted last year to the correct budget, the May 13th, I went back and double checked, to this budget, and what is being said that is being adopted. Now, Vern did say that some of the items were potentially changed, and I do want to acknowledge that. However, because we have no way of actually knowing what was changed or combined, it leaves us to wonder on our own why there's such huge increases and changes. And one of those that I want to point out is position summary on page 123. If you go to the Deputy Superintendent of Operations Assistance Innovation, which was most likely labeled in a different, that was a different title last year. But Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning was not a different title last year. There is 40.25 new positions there. Just trying to understand where those positions came from. And these numbers here actually don't match what was in the book, and neither does the total. So the total in the book last year was 839.26. This year is 849.56 under 21-22 adopted budget. So those two numbers don't match based on what's in the May 13th, 21-22 adopted budget. So again, I understand that perhaps some lines were combined and changed, but it doesn't give us that clear picture here. And if you're going to say, hey, this is the number to compare apples to apples, but then don't compare apples to apples because they're no longer apples, that it gets very confusing very fast. So I just wanted to put that on record, and I'm done. Commissioner, yeah, absolutely.
So when we redesign departments or change reporting structures within departments, and so in the 22-23 book, it is updated to reflect that. And we also bring along the 21-22 numbers for those departments as well to be comparable. And the departments for this piece are not the same. So we will provide that breakout for you to show how those numbers reconcile and where you would find the numbers in another section. Having said that, that will happen every year if the structure of the organization changes. So that's not necessarily a design flaw in this book, as some of the other things we mentioned. It's just the nature of we're changing organization, and we update the current book to reflect the current structure. So we'll provide that breakdown for you so you can see how those numbers are the same. And Commissioner Elliott asked me, was I sure? I'm 100% sure, because we're using the exact same data file for the 21-22 adopted that was in the May book as we use in here. So I know that the FTE and the dollar numbers are correct. It's simply a matter of showing how they've changed, how we can provide that bridge for you so that you can see that. Having said that, it does lead to confusion, but that will happen each and every year if we have any type of redesigns within the district.
Yeah, but even with redesign, so I hear you, Vern, and I just want to acknowledge, like, we've endured some trauma getting to this budget. I can say I'm speaking for me and President Elliott because we had lots of additional meetings that were not public and that you were not here for. So I appreciate you coming in and trying to deep dive and jump in. But the reality is that, again, your explanation can't be attached to this book permanently. And right now, this is the budget that's out here to the public. And so they're trying to do some comparisons. I mean, some of this stuff, like Commissioner Patterson, the question he asked in the positions that he was asking, that's a 500% increase. And when I read those positions, that's all central office. And so we're not clear about what's happening here and why it's happening, because there were some shifts, there were some transitions. We're sending the wrong message to the community, as we're also talking about in position summaries, lots of changes and reductions in schools. And when we get to schools, we're going to see that even though the student number and populations are not dramatically decreasing from school to school, we're positioning ourselves to do that in the staffing piece. So I hear you, I understand what you're saying, but I want us to figure out how we move forward and try to stick within the same apples to apples scenario so that it's clear year after year for our community. Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Vice President LeBron. Really quick on under position summary, page 23. Can someone just point me where I need to look? There's probably a link on the website or something of that nature. There's a bunch of positions. Some are being added to various schools. Some may be being reduced or what have you. But is there a breakdown, an itemized breakdown as to what those positions are specifically? And I may have just missed it. Like, I know we've got the school profiles, but I don't see, like, for, let's say, Wilson, for example, it looks like there's an increase of 13.9, or, you know, like there's an increase in position. Am I looking at that right?
You are.
Okay, and so I'm just wondering, like, where I can go to get an idea of what those are. So when I visited Wilson earlier this year, or a couple months ago, what have you, the other day, actually, they were looking to increase some of their SSOs, for example. They're waiting on, I think, maybe 3 additional SSOs. So I wanted to be able to look at this and see, like, oh yeah, the increase includes those SSOs and maybe some teachers and some support. I just didn't know where to find the itemized.
That detail exists. It is not published, so we can see what we can do to provide it for you.
The chiefs.
When you say see what you can do to provide, does anyone know what that might look like?
Well, we'll go into the system to see what we can generate out of the system.
Okay.
We want to do it in a way that is enough to enlighten but not overwhelm, because there's 6,000 positions.
Right.
So it can be very, so we'll have to find what that balance is.
Yeah, there's got to be a balance, yeah. And thank you, Dr. Black.
You will get a high level that we'll have to break down more on starting on page 28. So if you flip to page 28, you see the position summaries broken out by school and then by the respective titles there. So you can start there to get to, if you have 3 SSOs at Wilson, for instance, we would have to do more work in figuring out where they sit.
Right.
But the high level breakdown of the positions and how they've shifted starts on page 28 for schools.
Yeah, I want a little more detail on that, but thank you very much, and I do recognize with 6,000 positions, how overwhelming that can be, so wherever that balance is would be perfect. And then I wanted to just flip over to page 166, under school safety management, financial discussion and analysis, and just ask about salary compensation and other compensation, because those look to be reductions. They may have shown up somewhere else by a grant, I don't know, but just clarity on salary compensation and other compensation, the reductions that I'm seeing there. Page 166.
We're trying to get that definition for you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Well, do you know, without the definitions, do you know if those are like, because when I see salary compensation and I see a reduction, it makes me think that there's a reduction in staffing.
So salary compensation would typically be your base salary. So if you're hourly or salaried, it would come in that line. Other compensation would be additional compensation for overtime and things of that nature.
Michael, can you provide a little more definition?
And there's no reduction in our staff for our SSO or any member of our team.
Okay, thank you.
That would include our guards as well as our road patrol, that whole group.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Malloy, before I call on you very quickly, can I just add that our Chief Mike Schmidt made a comment that there are no reductions in positions for food services, but there are reduction in their hours. And I do want to point out that, again, we've had lots of conversations around our food services folks and being supportive to them. And, you know, we all voted to increase salaries so that people have a decent minimum living wage. And 15 is certainly not enough, and we know this, but it was a start from where people were starting. But then to reduce their hours, I want us to be mindful of how that also plays out, and retention and being competitive in the market. Because I could go out right now and Panera's and McDonald's are paying $18 to $20 an hour. And like Commissioner Adams said, Greece is hiring. He's right, they're advertising and they're paying a little bit more. And they will take our folks because they will give them the hours. So I just want us to be mindful as we move forward and continue to have these conversations around food services as well. Thank you. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you.
Commissioner
And
LeBron,
here,
may
here
I
to
just,
that.
you're absolutely correct, and when we unfortunately had to lay off our staff members, food service is one of the departments that felt the brunt of that layoff as well, so we're still recovering from that, so that is not taken lightly when I make that comment in regards to a reduction of hours. I was trying to equate that to the actual position number and stress at the job part of it, but you're absolutely correct.
No worries. But thank you, and thanks for bringing that up, Vice President. So my first question, I have two questions to ask. The first is page 25, just regarding the North Star Educational Program and Links Academy. I noticed there's a reduction there, and it appears that we are eliminating these programs. And so I'd like to know when this was put before the board. How will we serve these highest risk and need students in our district? And it just seems like this program's being eliminated. So if someone can explain, I also serve as the liaison to these programs. North Star was a disaster back in the fall, and we invested a lot of money and time in revamping that program and restaffing it, bringing it up to par. So I guess I'm just wondering, why are we eliminating this, and how on earth are we going to better serve these highest risk students in our district?
Well, we should take them one at a time. There's no change to the North Star program. The original proposal, when we were trying to move from the $36 million deficit to the $10 million fund balance use, was to shift North Star into ARP funding. Our state monitor said, no, you cannot do that. Unfortunately, in the communication and the feedback, it occurred too late to put them back into this budget book. So, for instance, they were moving when we built the budget book, they weren't in the budget book because they were going to be in ARP and CRISA. Okay, but now we're going to have to make this amendment in the budget book to restore that budget.
Okay.
Links, on the other hand, was proposed to be moved to ARP and CRISA, and that was approved by the state monitor. So when you look at the ARP and CRISA report, you'll see the Links budget there. In terms of looking at the Links program, perhaps Dr. Black could elaborate on that. You know, how we're going to look at and analyze and try to make that a better program.
So I can answer that. So again, what Vern said, North Star stays put. We have a memo that explained that. So that's posted on the website, and that was sent to each of the commissioners. Links, however, we've received a lot of feedback from commissioners around the fact that we need to take a look at how to revamp that program. We've had many, many conversations. So we've shifted that into federal funding, and at the district level, we have one of our cabinet members will be facilitating a process with school principals and some other stakeholders to take a look at what we might need to do to revamp the Links program, if it's going to even remain that title, and to figure out how we can better serve our students who are out due to suspension. So a part of the responsibility, or a part of the accountability when Dr. Jallo approved it moving into federal funds, is that we have to have a detailed plan, and that will be finalized, Commissioner Malloy, by July, and so we will update the board. So the program still exists in its current form, and then we'll make some adjustments, and we'll make sure that the board is in the loop with that.
I think just in terms of timeline, though, although we did receive information about this, that wasn't until April 7th. So there really wasn't a lot of turnaround time for the board to really process any of that information, nor were there a great deal of details. So moving forward, we need that type of information.
I would agree, but I also would just reiterate, we know that we can make the program tighter and stronger.
Absolutely, I don't think anyone denies that. All right, my second question then is just more in terms of the administrative section. And I guess what I'm wondering, we spent a long time last summer as a board finalizing our board goals for the year at our retreat. And I was so proud to see our board work so well together to create these goals. And it really proved to me, at least as governance chair, that we're capable, when we work together, of accomplishing a great deal. And one of our board goals, of course, was regarding equity. So one of our board goals is ensuring equity district-wide as it relates to the 22-23 school year. So I think I'd like to know how, or if someone can please explain how equity is being addressed in this budget to meet this board goal. Thank you.
What's the definition of equity? Or what's your definition of equity, Commissioner Malloy, honestly? So I want to make sure I'm answering, or we're answering.
Are you not clear on the board goals that we established in the
I'm just
fall?
respectfully asking, what's
Okay.
the definition of
So I
equity?
guess, how are we budgeting? This could be school by school.
Okay.
This could be, how are we ensuring that all of our students have access to equitable programming?
Okay.
District-wide?
Mhm.
To start, I guess.
Sure. So the process started, as far as the budget, by having our chiefs sit with the principals and their teams to review the needs of the schools. In particular, Rhonda and DeMario looked at receivership schools because we know that those are our most struggling schools academically. And so you'll note that we paid particular attention and put some extra supports in, not only in the budget, but in ARP and CURSA. So when we look at equity, we know that our receivership schools do need more support, so that was taken into consideration and applied. But again, each chief looked at each one of their schools with their principals to see what the identified needs were. You've heard Chief Richmond talk about the fact that there are additional supports provided for our students with disabilities, and we use the corrective action plan for special education, the consent decree, and the academic plan as guideposts to inform those decisions. Additionally, when you look at supports for our English language learner students under the leadership of Dr. Black and Abel and Anna Lee through the Department of Multilingual Education, they put additional supports in because we know that we have corrective action plans and ELS students need additional support. So I feel like we took an individualized approach to look at the plans that guide our district, again, strategic plan, academic, fiscal plan, corrective action plans for special ed and ELS, and made informed decisions relative to staffing.
Could I add something to that?
Please.
On page 216, I know we're going to be discussing that tomorrow, but we put aside $10,992,478 for achieving and maintaining digital equity, so that our students have access to the same kind of technical resources students do throughout Monroe County.
I appreciate this. Thank you. I just think that moving forward, I'd love to see that better reflected in the budget book so that it's clearer to the community how we're addressing that board goal. And clearer, obviously, to all the commissioners.
Sure.
prior to us voting on this budget.
I appreciate that, and I think certainly as we move towards modifications to the budget book as far as descriptions and ways that we can improve and uplift this process, that's certainly an element that we can make sure that is clearly applied and is clearly seen throughout the book and throughout the process.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Rebecca, our parent rep.
Thank you. So I said goodnight to my kids, and they wanted me to talk to you about the lunch service. They are, my 6-year-old this morning made his own lunch, and he made himself, I told him he can't have peanut butter at school, so he made himself 3 jelly sandwiches, and he said his friends really liked them. So There you go. So, because.
That doesn't cost a lot, does it?
No, well, and the truth is like a lot of the kids he comes in contact with every day, he knows what they go home to. And a lot of them are taking the jelly sandwiches home. So for my kids, it's very much about milk and the fruit so anyway, I did my momly duty. So, on page 22, under the teacher code, I would really like to see a breakout of counselors, special education teachers, subs, like building subs, specials teachers, because under that very first position, all of those are included in that one title, because they're, as far as I understand, they're considered RTA within that RTA. But it doesn't break out how many of each we have. Is that something, and I understand it's like a really specific question.
We can provide that.
Okay. And then the problem that I'm having with the position summary is it lists how many positions per program last year and positions per program for this year and positions per program for next year. But then it just gives the total number of positions per school program. So it's not comparing teachers year to year. It's also not specifying within that teacher category how many counselors, how many of, and because this, I mean, it's just snapshot data to give us an idea. And then on top of that, on page 25 and on page 23, there's increases and decreases, but I'm not finding correlation between population shifts and the percentage of increases and decreases. So without knowing how many of these, so if in elementary schools, if you're adding a school counselor and you're not specifying it, I don't know how we know what we don't know. So if there is any way as the finalizing this, if we can have more of a breakout of information, because it's really important to know if your kid's school has a counselor or not. And since this is the public-facing document, I was wondering if that was possible to expand specifically the teacher category to specify those. I don't know who this question is to.
So that request is basically a request to go back to what we did before, in essence, right? So we just need to talk that through and see. Because, again, and I know Commissioner Simmons has uplifted this a couple times of the flipping back and forth, and Vice President LeBron has as well. That more of that detail will be provided when we provide the ARP and CURSA supplement, but it's a flipping back and forth. So you're in essence saying, I want to look at school 2, and I want to see all of the funds, general, special aid, and ARP and CURSA, and to see what the positions are, in essence, right? That's what you're asking?
I mean, either that, or you have, one that is the grant funded and one that is the general funds. If you want to stay in the same format, my ask is that instead of just filed under teacher, that we have a breakout of the specific.
So you're asking like first grade teachers, second
No,
grade?
no.
Okay.
I'm saying like music, how many, even if it was.
So that is specific
Even
then,
if it was
music.
split into specials, this is how many specials teachers that are set to the school, this is how many counselors, this is how many, because it just would give a much clearer picture of the equity that we talk about so much, that we know by looking at these numbers that the populations within those schools are being supported.
We can take a look and see what we might be able to do.
I mean, even just splitting out like specifically counselors who are not in classrooms in front, like if you're not a teacher in a classroom, what that, I know it's very different than this, but it would give so much clarity to it.
So we have all of that information. We have all that information by every location, school, to great detail for every position. I'm just envisioning the size of the report. And we can give you all the data you want. You can look at reams of pages. I'm not trying to be facetious. But when we talk about we can take a look at it, I think we need to have a very clear understanding. I think one of the reasons the book wound up in the state it wound up was in conversations. I know when I speak something, I envision one thing and the listener might be envisioning another. I think that's really what happened with the budget book. I think there was a really good faith effort on everybody's part. It just didn't come to fruition. So oftentimes when I ask somebody in my staff for a report, and then I see it, it's like, it's not really what I wanted because now I can see it. And I go back and I said, you gave me what I asked for, but I asked for the wrong thing. So I'm just, if we can, what we can do is we can give a sample. Why don't we give a detailed sample of one school, and we can give a couple samples of one school of different groupings. Like, I've heard what you said, and we can send that out and get the feedback. Like maybe we send out three or four levels.
I think that's really good, what she said, as far as psychologists, social workers, break it down like that, speech therapists. Give us an example of each school like that broken down. I think
we'll do
really
one school. We'll do
right.
one school at different levels. Here's everything. Here's a grouping. Here's a bigger grouping. And based on the feedback from the commissioners, then we maybe give 3 or 4 examples. If we can, and hopefully we come to consensus, then we can generate all of them. And that way we're hitting the target.
Yeah, because I like to see the same thing.
Yeah.
Part of the reason for this suggestion is if you look at page 28, and there's like employee benefits, which is a column that's like completely empty. So, and at no point does it have anything in it, so, other than like at the very, very end. So if something like, if that type of space was used instead, like we shift over the columns and we put a column that even just delineates certain types of, just to give more clarity is all I ask. So I appreciate you with that. And I am really uncomfortable with building subs being moved to SRSA and ARP funds just because it is temporary funding. But that's more of a statement than a question, so sorry. I did have one more question on page 121. And I've seen this a couple of places where we talk about civil service employees. And then there's overtime civil service, and then civil service subs. 121. So, and I guess I look at this from an employer of a much smaller situation than this, but if we're paying this much in overtime, wouldn't it be making more sense to take on additional employees as opposed to, how does that balance? Where is?
So certainly overtime is something we always need to be very conscious of and try to limit. I think part of the reason we have overtime, unfortunately, is because we are not fully staffed. I think about our operations staff who are really putting in significant additional work to support the needs of the schools so that they can be operational. Mike can certainly add more to that. But I do know that that's a big piece of the reason there.
So is there so within this specific section, so administration, talking about civil service within administration, is there space to add additional employees? I mean, paying $2.6 million, almost $2.7 million in overtime. And I apologize, I'm struggling to find the number of positions that represents. Oh, it's here.
The problem isn't adding staff. We can't fill the positions. So custodial engineers or custodial assistants, those are a couple areas where we've really faced significant challenge. We've incentivized different types of staff, and we're bringing forward agreements to incentivize some other staff at Thursday evening's board meeting. Custodial is another area that we want to also look at for providing some incentives because we are short.
Only thing I would add to that, Ms. Hetherington, is because the custodial vacancies, as Dr. Miller's pointed out, is a key piece, and also a bit of the uncertainty around COVID. One of the primary areas why we had so much overtime was, in a sense, a lot of our covering for the vacancies with the requirements of the cleaning in that area. So trying to kind of gauge cases are up now, kind of trying to find that bit of an area. That's one reason why. I mean, I think as Vern said, there's probably other variables within this number, but for that one department that I could speak to specifically, that's one of the areas where we were trying to find a good balance between hopefully filling the vacancies, but also making sure we have enough resources to make sure we accomplish the work.
Thank you.
I can add a little bit to that too. OTs, occupational therapists and physical therapists are civil service employees. So we have been, because of the amount of the shortages that we do have, some of our OTs and PTs have been doing additional pay to get some of the evaluations completed that we need to do for CSC meetings. So that's part of that as well. Our school psychs are doing that. That's not civil service, but just because what we're dealing with the staff shortages. So we're trying to be creative in how we get all the work covered that we need to get covered.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Sorry, I have a situation. Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I have two statements about positions. That I don't really even have a question. One is for these SSOs in the district, probably 60% of them got a second job because they not getting paid enough, and they putting everything on the line. And we really need to do something about that. We need to be able to retain them. They deserve it. And so I just had to say that. And then the other position that I want to talk about is a conversation that's going around the community, man, is that the district is leaking. We've lost with principals. We losing good principals. Dave Passero is like one of the best principals I've ever known. And we lost him. And I heard Snyder's gone. Shari Evans is gone. We need to do some exit interviews and figure out how to quit leaking. The district is leaking. Those two positions are, and there's other positions that we're leaking with good staff. We need to maybe hire somebody just to do exit interviews. And I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And I apologize, I actually have a situation I'm dealing with a student and a parent that just came up. But with that, I do want to conclude the deliberations. I'll ask one last time if anybody has any final questions regarding these sections. And if not, if something comes up outside of today, when you go home, you review, you think back, you can still submit questions to the question log, specifically around the sections of the budget. As a reminder, next week we are going to do the capital improvement project or plan, the CIP, schools, and we will be getting some additional details around CRESA and ARP from the administration to review, in addition to what's in the book regarding those sections. So with that, thank you to everyone who stuck it out for the administration and all of the chiefs who are just watching. You guys are up next week on the hot seat. So yeah, the hot seats. But with that, Thank you all and have a good night.
Wait 1 second, please. We just need a motion to adjourn. I also want,
Yeah.
I also want I also,
You're correct.
yes, I also want to note that all questions that were documented where follow-up was needed or anything have been added to the question log. So board members,
you.
that has been documented. I know a lot of folks asked the question about how do we get. So I've been documenting those. So the question log will be flipped over to administration tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much. Look at
yeah,
Talia,
so-
thank you for your efficiency on all our behalf. Seriously. Thank you. Appreciate it. So can I get a motion to adjourn officially?
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Malloy, seconded by President
Second.
Elliott. All those in favor?
Aye.
Have a good night, everyone.